Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. We are back on the record in our budget presentation, Committee of the Whole. I will note for the record, Commissioner Fast is no longer with us, but we have a quorum of 6 who will move forward at this time, hearing from outside agencies. So at this time, we'll pass to Robin Sines.
Good afternoon. Our first outside agency to come before the board today is the Fair Association, and we have Stephanie Keiss on their board. So she'll present today.
My name is Stephanie Keiss. I was Miss 4-H in 1988. I'll stop for applause. Thank you. I jokingly say that, but my time in 4-H is one of the things I am most proud of, and definitely something that has made me the person that I am today. So with that out of the way, I'll start with our presentation. I'm representing the Johnson County Free Fair Association. Currently, we are in the process of, as respectfully as possible, bringing the Johnson County Fair into the 21st century. There are some things that we are changing that will make it more accessible for people, easier for people to interact with, and we're really excited about the changes that we have made so far. Currently, we have about 100,000 visitors per year. In the 25-26 budget year, we have invested in facility improvements to the tune of $277,000. And the Johnson County Fair has been in Gardner for 87 years. I believe that the fair was actually located in Spring Hill before then, so I'm not entirely sure how many years that the fair has been in operation, but we are a cornerstone of Johnson County. This is our revitalization timeline. In 2024, there was a strategic planning committed to either revitalize or possibly move the fair. We selected the revitalization plan. The website launched in 2025. We began serious facility upgrades at that point in time, including a sound system upgrade and an announcer booth project. In 2026, we continued our sponsorship expansion. We have included major entertainment through concerts, a rodeo. We have expanded the rodeo programming, and we have also added a Kansas City Barbecue Association. And I apologize if that's not the exact words for the acronym, barbecue. In 2027, we intend to continue to modernize. We will increase our rental utilization, and I'll touch on that in a future slide, and our expanded community programming. Before we came in here, I was speaking with Mike Brock, who is the president of the fair, and at this point in time, the Johnson County Fair has over almost 300,000 likes on Facebook, on posts out of our programming, and we have almost 12,000 followers. So just the simple addition of us, including social media in our strategic plan, has increased our visibility greatly. Currently, we're investing in long-term sustainability. The fair has an aging infrastructure that requires modernization. One of the best things about the fair is that it is like home to me. Many of the buildings are exactly the same way they were when I was in 4-H, which has its downfall as well. But our growing attendance has increased the demands for our facilities, on the facilities. Enhanced event production capabilities were needed, especially in the arena area. We have added additional revenue generating opportunities and identified and added those. And the strategic plan recommended the facility revitalization as the preferred path to starting over again. This year, our revitalization investments have included almost $20,000 for grounds and parking, $22,000 for operations and technology, $37,000 for infrastructure, and $202,000 for an enhanced visitor experience. And that includes a new announcer booth for the arena events, which is really where we make the chunk of our money. and a new arena sound system to enhance that experience. The fairground sound system has also been enhanced so that we can communicate with people. And there's new bleacher seating, and we've also added a VIP tent and a concessions canopy that has enhanced the experience for people that want to use it, and also is a revenue generating source. Here is our itemized list of investments. I'm not going to go through all of them. One of the critical ones is the electrical upgrades, because the vendors, the food trucks, they all require access to the electricity. So it's important that we have up-to-date, safe, and easy-to-use electrical systems. Some of the new attractions that we have is the barbecue contest. This draws competitors and visitors from outside of Johnson County, outside of Kansas. It's a regional event. And we've also expanded our rodeo programming, including an MRCA-sanctioned rodeo, a URA-sanctioned rodeo, and the new rodeo producer is a Sierra McKellips Rodeo Company. Until this year, I have to admit that I was willfully ill-informed about rodeo providers, but Sierra McKellips is pretty much the gold standard across the country for these types of rodeos. Some of the visible improvements that people who come to the fair will be able to see are new bleacher seating. Hopefully it has some improved comfort, enhanced safety, so that the spectator experience at the arena will be more enjoyable. We also have a new announcer booth, so it allows us to have improved event production. Again, a better spectator experience, and it supports the rodeo and the entertainment programming that we have. One of the ways that we have attempted to generate some revenue is to have more events, which means more visitors and more community engagement. So we've started a sponsorship program, and we've added new corporate sponsors. Every meeting that we have, we're excited to hear that we have some more people who want to sponsor events. We have increased local business partnerships, specifically in Gardner, but throughout the county as well. And we're getting expanded support beyond the traditional annual fair supporters. Our concert lineup this year includes Aaron Watson, Faith Schuler, and Hayden Wigginton. So one of the things that has worked out very well for us is with these facility improvements, we're able to rent out the buildings that sort of sit stagnant except for the week of the fair. So I've identified that as a potential revenue source. And in 2023, we rented out those buildings when generated approximately $12,000. In 2026, we're anticipating $85,000 from those building rentals. Another benefit to that is that one of the things that comes is a bird show. There were people from all over the United States at this bird show, and there were actually people there from Mexico. So this increases Johnson County's visibility in ways that we can't attach a metric to. And it's a very cost-efficient way for us to generate revenue, but it also benefits the county because when those people come in, they stay overnight, they eat in Gardner restaurants, all of the benefits that Kansas City is seeing with the World Cup, Gardner sees on a much smaller scale, but for the fair. Some of the challenges that we continue to address is, like I mentioned, the aging infrastructure. Some of these date back to the 70s. Kind of take that personally as I too date back to the 70s. But we require ongoing investments for them to remain functional and event ready. The fairgrounds now serves more than 100,000 annual visitors, and that's just during Fair Week, which is increasing pressure on parking utilities, seating, and event infrastructure, and the long-term sustainability of the fairgrounds. We continue to prioritize improvements as funding becomes available and balancing our immediate needs with some long-term facility preservation and improvement. So these are our revenue sources. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. I know you guys provided this presentation previously. I do want to highlight that our operations and administration and maintenance and upgrades takes approximately a third of the budget. And we have counteracted that a bit with the rentals and miscellaneous and the donations and fundraising. And I'm very excited to see at the end of this summer what our campaign to get the sponsorships actually comes to. I'm anticipating it will be a healthy amount. Businesses are interested in the visibility that comes from partnering with the fair, because there are so many people that come from all over the county and, you know, from all over this area of Kansas to go to the fair. So some of our continuing capital priorities are based on the safety, accessibility, and operational needs of the fair, revenue potential, and available funding. We have livestock barn improvements and the ongoing arena enhancements. We have equipment replacement issues that need to be addressed and continued operational improvements. We're working on making sure that everything is accessible to all of our visitors, that everything is ADA accessible, and that we improve the bleacher seating and the actual seating capacity for the arena. For the grounds and the infrastructure, there have been some improvements, concerns with roofing, asphalt and parking, and the utilities. But looking ahead, we are trying to build a stronger, more sustainable fair for the future and for future generations. We're looking to increase the capacity so that we can continue to have more events, generate more revenue, bring in more visitors, make Gardner more visible, make Johnson County more visible, expanding our partnerships and our rental agreements and the attendance. Again, improving the ADA accessibility and modernize the longstanding infrastructure. So if you're not familiar with the fair, I, at this point in time, welcome all of you to come out to the fair. We would love to have you. Commissioner Kelly has graciously asked, and we will certainly make that invitation to all of you that you could come out. You can watch some of the events. You can do judging. There is a round robin livestock judging where every kid that gets a champion level in their species then goes into round robin where they get to show all of the other species. And you have not lived until you have seen someone try to show a pig. Just putting that out there. So the fairgrounds is at the corner of East Madison Center and Washington Streets in Gardner. If you are familiar with Gardner, it is right next to where the Gardner Municipal Pool is, which, as a young 4-H'er in the days before any of the buildings were air conditioning, there were many days of longing looking at the Gardner Municipal Pool, wishing that I was there. But that's where the fairgrounds are, and I really want to thank you for your continued sponsorship and partnership with the fair. Like I said, I was Miss 4-H. I'm ridiculously proud of that, to possibly an embarrassing level. But it really is a wonderful place of community. And Mike is a former 4-H'er. Brian is a former 4-H'er. So once you get it in your blood, you just can't get it out. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Ms. Kais, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here as well. In the interest of time, I'm just going to kind of dive right in.
Sure.
That's cool. You also give out trophies, ribbons, awards to the participants in the fair. That's included in your budget, is that right?
That is correct.
How much is that?
Between 25 and 30,000.
Okay. And the amount that is budgeted for 2027 for the fair from Johnson County, I have is $89,561, is that right?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, so in staff, just as a quick reminder, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, statutorily by the state of Kansas, we're required to provide that amount for ribbons and awards. But we've had a good partnership over years that adds more to enhance the fair. So really what we're talking about here discretionary wise is about 59,561. Is that, my rudimentary math is correct? Okay. I'm very impressed with the increase in rent, 608% over the last 4 years. And that accounts for 15% of the budget.
Approximately, yes.
And do you see that over these next few years increasing based on the intentionality that you've had?
Yes. Actually, as we have developed the infrastructure a little better with access to Wi-Fi, we have more people that are wanting to come because they're able to connect to the Wi-Fi and do one of them is a card show, like a collector's card show, comic books, that kind of thing. And they can get on and they can do payments that way. They can value the cards or whatever collectibles they're selling much easier because we have improved the Wi-Fi infrastructure so that it doesn't just serve the fair office. It actually is, we've increased the bandwidth to go out through the fairgrounds. And that makes it easier for the vendors when they have the food trucks and that type of thing. But yes, I only see our rental income increasing even more. We have people who use it for, is it the Ethiopian church? Yeah, we have an Ethiopian church that has their services there. We have several 4-H families that will have events there, baby showers, graduations, wedding anniversaries. And it's, for us, it's nostalgia, but they are nice facilities.
Oh, no, I appreciate you mentioning that, and obviously something I would encourage you to continue to do, not just for the budget of the fair itself, but you had mentioned a good point regarding tourism in Johnson County, and there's an economic impact beyond just the dollars and cents to the rental value, but to the Gardner restaurants and hotels.
Absolutely.
And I'm not sure, there's some CVBs, Convention Visitor Bureaus throughout the county that will help groups do economic impact studies. I'm not sure if the Gardner Chamber would do that, but I think it would be an interesting point and a feather in your cap moving forward. If there was a quantification of that economic impact of not only the fair itself and the 100,000 visitors that you all have to the fair, but to these other events that then you're hosting here that then otherwise may not be in Johnson County and then otherwise have that increased economic impact broader than just the fair's budget itself. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hanslick, why don't you go next?
Well, thank you, and I appreciate your sharing with us a lot of good things that are happening in regard to the fair. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about the trends in the fair attendance, and if you know what percentage of those folks are coming from within Johnson County and how many are coming from outside of Johnson County.
The only metric that I have that might be able to address that are some of the interactions with our social media profile on Facebook. And Mike has those numbers. Can you share that with them? It's because it's a free fair, so nobody has to, we
Sure,
can't track
register or
ticket
anything.
sales or anything like that to get into the fair. So if you'll give me just a moment, I'll be able to get that.
Does Miami County have a fair?
They do. It's in Paola.
Okay.
It's much smaller than the Johnson County Fair.
Okay. And while you're looking that up, and I understand that might be impossible to get, something we've talked about in past years, especially those of us who represent the more urban areas of the county, is if there's, as part of your strategic planning, has there been any thought as to how to maybe attract more people from the urban areas and with agricultural related things that might be of interest for them? For example, I was in 4-H too, but I did not raise animals or anything. I did like wildlife projects and rock collections, those kind of things. So I
As a-
just wondered if you've given any thought to
Sure.
that.
As the demographics in the country have changed from it being more agricultural, rural-based many years ago to more suburban, urban areas, 4-H itself has changed greatly. 4-H, while there's still an emphasis on any of the projects that anybody would want to be involved in, there is a bigger emphasis on STEM. And so one of the projects is rocketry, okay? I would like to, and at one point in time when Commissioner Klicka was here, I was my district's representative to the Johnson County Museum. And at that point in time, I did identify that there seemed to be, I'm not gonna say a divide, because I don't think we're divided, but there was definitely a northern Johnson County relationship with the fair versus a southern Johnson County relationship with the fair. And at that point in time, I wanted to partner with the museum to have an actual display, maybe not a permanent one like the house, but something that would rotate through about the history of agriculture and the history of the fair in Johnson County. That would expose all of the people in northern Johnson County that may not even know that we have a fair to the fair, work with the Extension Office for 4-H and allow them to see how many different projects there are in 4-H that don't require you to have a cow or a pig or bake anything. Because, as we moved in the 21st century, the Department of Agriculture has worked very hard at expanding the 4-H program to accommodate those types of wants and needs. Is that a satisfactory answer to that question? Because it's now I have the numbers.
Sure, that helps a lot. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Yes. And one of the other things that, on my own, I am also the chairperson of Baked Goods. I don't want to brag, but I'm the 3-time undefeated champion in foods for Johnson County Fair. So, here, can you put
My
your-
husband was a blue ribbon winner for bread baking.
Nice.
In 4-H.
I won grand champion with a pie, a 4-tiered loaf of bread, and my last year was a cake that looked like a pine cone, and you made it look like a pine cone with almonds stuck in it. Okay, sorry, back to this. Not that I'm happy about that or anything. So according to the metrics that we have on, I'm sorry. Let me go back. Well, let me do this since it's already open on the phone. I apologize. Our follow demographics break down as 25% for Olathe, Gardner's 24, Overland Park is 17, and other not specified city is 32%. That's the follower demographics on the Johnson County Fair Facebook page.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
And addressing the other point, as to try to expand sort of interests beyond agriculture, there's actually a woman from Spring Hill who was on the Food Network channel in a baking competition. And I have reached out to her, and she has agreed to come to the fair and be a judge for the open class. We're going to promote the heck out of this so people know that they can, everybody has their 15-minute dream, that they can get their product, their baked goods in front of somebody who was on the Food Network. And she's also agreed to do some gluten-free cooking demonstrations and things like that. So this goes along with the Extension's mission to, partner with the community so that, you don't think that much about celiac or gluten if you don't have that. But when you're confronted with that, all of a sudden you realize just how limiting things are and how you take something simple as a snack or a piece of bread for granted. So I'm very excited for this, and I'm very much looking forward to her coming to the fair. But these are the kinds of things that we are working toward so that we can, the fair doesn't just belong to us, it belongs to everybody, and we want to make it a community event.
Well, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, because I grew up in Johnson County, and when I was talking to you over here, I thought, I know you from somewhere, and I was trying to figure out what it was, and it was Miss 4-H, and now you have the cooking record. Is there anything else that you want to share that? I'm just checking.
There's actually, and I coined this term myself because it applied to me. I call it the triple crown of 4-H. When you're Miss 4-H, you win the style show and you win the foods category. I did that.
Oh, well. Kudos. I do want you to know that the first year that I was in office, I asked the Fair Board and invited my fellow commissioners to show livestock with the 4-Hers, and I came in second raising funds. So
Nice.
I wasn't first, but I was second.
All right.
Bragging rights.
I just want to say that, going back, it's been almost 5 years now. And we went from everything from, moving the fairground, working with the city of Gardner, Johnson County Parks and Rec. Jeff Stewart came out, we met. Mark Dadd came out and helped with he's over here in finance, he's not paying attention. And we looked at all those things of how to improve the fair. And I just want you to know, you guys, and I hadn't had time to look at it because I was on the road yesterday and I had no internet. So I'm really impressed by everything that you're doing. And I'm also a Grange member, so I know that their building is probably the nicest building out there, but what the upgrade needs. I do attend the fair every year, and I wish we could move it to a different month because it's always so hot.
I know.
But, in fact, Denton Ranch is like one of my favorite shows, so I'm really glad that you've increased the, horse, doing some barrel racing. Of course, my family, I do have a cousin who is a national
Yes.
barrel racer.
Well, I have ridden Leland's horses in Florida. So-
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'm talking about Alan Brand. She's barrel racing. I don't know if you've seen her.
Timber?
Yeah, Timber.
Yes,
Yeah.
I went to school with Trisha and Vicky.
Trisha, oh,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, that was a little plug for my family in the barrel racing.
Still at
Anyway.
homework here at the Johnson County Commission.
So, but the Farm Bureau, having presence and talking about ag tourism and how we got to, what farming is all about. Mastering the bee. There's so many people out there doing bee, the honey with the bees and stuff. So I'm very excited to see all the changes you're making, and kudos to you both. And maybe it's your help with her and all the winnings that she's had that's helping. But you know what? Getting out of the box.
Yeah.
But we, something that we are, we do have a statute, we have obligations, and we get criticism all the time. Why are you giving money to the Johnson County Fair? Well, there is a statute, and, it's taxpayer money, so we try to look at what we're doing and how to improve. So, but I can't say enough how much I appreciate what you're doing and trying to make things better. And I think with that, you're going to bring in youth. And I know Commissioner Fass is in here, but I know there's some also offices, or there's locations in the Northeast that have some 4-H and some other things going on. And I would highly recommend, I know you work with Martley, with the Johnson County Extension. Their recipes and their food is all from, farm to table. So, but anyway, thank you for your presentation. I'm glad I got to meet you again.
Thank you. It's very good to see you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me, what was your name again?
It's Stephanie Keiss.
Kite?
Keiss, K-I-C-E.
K-I-C-E, thank you. I know a kite, and I was hearing with kites. So, well, let me offer, I've been on the commission for many years now, and this is the most substantive presentation from the Fair Board that I have seen, and that I suspect is in
That
some
credit
measure.
goes to Mike. Mike has done an exceptional job as president, and his leadership is what will take us from what we were to where we want to be.
Well, it's noted and very much appreciated. A couple of questions, if I may, though. I was looking at the mission statement for the fair, particularly the culinary arts, home economics and education work, including the 4-H activities. That's eerily similar to the Extension Council. So how do you manage that or coordinate that? Is there overlap there? Because I thought 4-H was actually an Extension Council function. Am I mistaken?
No, we are through the Extension Council. There is going to be a lot of overlap because we work so closely with them. Until I was probably 10 or 11, I didn't know that anybody went to the fair but 4-Hers. So there's just a tremendous amount of overlap there, and, it's a good mission, so we're happy to be part of it. There's also, I'm sure we cross over with the Extension Agency on many areas.
Well, one of the concerns historically has been, quite honestly, and I offer this respectfully, the Fair Board has been a volunteer board, and volunteers are great, but volunteers, well, their time is their volunteer time. And to be able to develop, manage, and maintain an enterprise of this potential is a challenge. And the question that's come up in the past is, what other established administrative mechanisms might exist, like the Extension Council or Parks and Rec or something with the city of Gardner or whatever. And I'm just wondering, are you investigating that? And I'm not trying to take anything away from your volunteer efforts and don't want to discourage that, but volunteer work, it's hard work, okay? And if you don't have that foundation, that spine to work off of, it's even more difficult. So are you pursuing that, considering that? And if so, what are you thinking in the next, say, 3 to 5 years?
Do you want to address
That's
that?
part of the study that we've been working on,
Right. So
looking into those options.
we have commissioned what's it called, a feasibility study? Feasibility study, and those are some of the questions that are being answered in the study. I will tell you that I jokingly say that once 4-H gets in your blood, it doesn't get out. I think everybody on the Fair Board was a 4-Her, the Executive Fair Board was a 4-Her or had some relationship to 4-H growing up. I actually lived across the country, came back because I wanted to be close to my parents. I wanted my kids to grow up something in Spring Hill that was closer to Spring Hill than it was to Las Vegas. Really not the point of this. But I immediately went to the next general fair board meeting so that I could get on the fair board. And I know that the volunteer aspect is what it is, but we're very committed, a very committed group of volunteers. And there's multi-generation families that have been on the fair board. Grandparents are on the fair board, parents are on the fair board, kids are on the fair board. So, but that is something that is worth exploring. We have had to outsource some of our traditional functions a little bit this year in getting more up to date with our accounting system. So that is one area that if you take that off of one of the executive fair board members and give it to someone who has expertise in that area, it is worth our investment to do that. So we're not opposed to that, but we are currently exploring those kinds of opportunities.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the feasibility study that you're currently doing or plan to do? I wasn't clear on that.
Mike is the president. I'm going to let him talk about that.
This is strategic business plan that we hired Sunflower Group that put together the study for us.
And when will they, or do you have a report?
Yeah, they just finished it.
I don't know that that we as a board have had a chance to review that at this point in time. But once we do, I believe we will possibly come back and provide that information to you or give you a copy of the study.
Well, I hope it includes continued conversations with the county in some capacity.
It does, and talking to some other cities,
Very good.
surrounding cities in Johnson County.
Okay, thank you.
Just really quickly build on that. Do you know if that study quantifies deferred capital or include a capital improvement plan?
I think so. I've just briefly looked through it.
Okay. No, I'd be curious. I think that, to Commissioner Ashcroft's point, dedicated board of volunteers are doing fantastic work here. But if there's, professional assistance from others that can help enhance or provide, a pathway to make things easier, we want to make connections where there can be to see this succeed. Commissioner Burr.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. And just note, I had the opportunity last year to visit the fair and see, I think it was taking some dogs through some courses and stuff like that with the owners, but then the foods for the 4-H for the younger kiddos, I can tell you, I was not making scones at 10 years old, nor was I making multi-layer cakes that were designed to look something else but still taste like a cake. So kudos to that. When I think of the 4-H and I think of the fair as like the penultimate event that allows the programming, the skills that I've learned through 4-H to be showcased and to be recognized. And the pride that, as you have demonstrated for decades later, that we have in that.
Careful with that decades later business.
Okay, 5 years later. So I am happy that there seems to be an openness for a little bit maybe deeper partnership with Extension and see where some of those overlaps there may be or some different areas of expertise can be. I also respect the volunteer nature of the fair and how you have generational involvement because it's really a key stakeholder and owner. A couple questions for you. I know with some of the improvements that were done, I'm going to give an example, the announcer booth, that subsequent to that improvement, there was some inclement weather, severe inclement weather that did some damage to the booth and that had to be repaired. So as you think about the important investments that you're making in your infrastructure and knowing that infrastructure then is, subject to the elements and the elements have changed over time, are you also being thoughtful of how do we protect it during non-use times so that you mitigate any damage and wear and tear? Is that part of your thoughtfulness as you do infrastructure improvements? Because those are big investments. You've made almost $300,000 of infrastructure investments in about a 18-month to 2-year period.
Well, as you can see on the announcer booth, it's got like hurricane shutters that
Yep,
come
I saw
down
that.
and they
Yep.
lock, so it's fully locked in.
So it sounds like, yes, you're trying to be thoughtful about not only the investment in the equipment and the improvements, but then how do I protect that
And
investment?
part of the newest upgrades with the sound system, that's the rest of the fairgrounds. It's, we're adding an emergency, where we can, like, let's say there's a storm coming, we can have recorded announcements that'll announce all over the fairgrounds and tell people, go to the school, because the school lets us use their facility for tornadoes if there is a tornado. If, let's say there's a active shooter event or something like that, there'll be a recording for that. So we've been working with the Johnson County emergency people to upgrade that type of thing.
Awesome. Then on your slide 40, on what would be 44, when you talk about your revenue sources, you talk about event revenue being about 55%. When you're talking about event revenue, give me some examples of that event revenue, because I might have misunderstood something. I did not go to a marquee event. I went to one of the daytime.
Sure.
Marquee events, I thought were ticketed events. Is that
They are
correct?
ticketed events, yes.
Okay. So I thought I was correct because I thought last year I had a long conversation with Cindy Squires, maybe, about you guys were unveiling or working on a new ticketing platform to make it easier for people to do online ticketing.
Yes.
And one of the suggestions I had for her is you should to see if your platform allows you to do a zip code capture, because then you could use that ticketing data as another data point of understanding where your audience is coming from.
So as of last year, they couldn't do that because they didn't keep that information, but they're working on that. But
Okay.
I know from the rodeo and the concert side, we had people driving 2 or 3 hours.
Right, I would say it would be very useful for you guys to capture the zip code information, because then you are able to, and it'll be useful if you bring in somebody who does an impact report, that they have that data, because then they can give you that, a better data on your impact. And then,
If I could, there's other ways we could capture that as well. Like, here's a QR code, scan it, enter your zip code for a free whatever at this event. So that is something that we are looking to try to get more data so that we know where to target, Facebook ads. There's all kinds of
Right,
different
right.
algorithms that you can use for that.
yeah, I would just say that ticket platform, though, is a low-hanging fruit.
We're also, Sunflower Group is looking into, they can ping your phones when you're on the fairgrounds, and then they can track you when you leave there to see if you go to Quick Trip or go to Blazer Burger, or where, see how many stops you stop at before you leave town.
Wonderful. And then you may or may not be aware, when we had our budget retreat back on April 2nd, one of the things we had a deliberate conversation about is having post-2027 budgeting process, is to have some study sessions with organizations that are outside or not a department or agency of the county, to have a little bit more deeper conversation about long-term relationship as far as with county funds. And so I would just recommend that, I'm very supportive that we do that, and I'm very supportive that you maybe come prepared to talk about the results of your feasibility study at that type of meeting. That would be what I would like to see to help with some long-term decision-making. At this point in time, though, I support the fair at the current funding, so
Thank you very much. And thank you for your suggestions.
Follow-up?
Yes, following up on Commissioner Brewer, I just, on slide 44, based on the information there and percentages, I want to confirm, it seems like your total budget may be around $360,000. And do you have any additional funding, like in savings or anything, or is that your total annual budget?
We do have some savings, sort of I don't know how to, working capital, I guess would be the best way to say it. But this represents what the actual budget is. I do not have the numbers of what we have in savings, but there is some money in savings.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was understanding kind of generally what your budget is. So, thank you.
There are further questions for Ms. Keiss? Thank you both very much for coming in.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thanks.
Okay, with that, we'll go back to Ms. Symes.
Yes. Up next is the Enterprise Center of Johnson County, and Jeff Shackelford is here for his presentation.
Thank you. Nice to
Welcome
see
back.
you all again.
Yep.
I think this is my 6th time, so good to see familiar faces. Before I forget, I brought with me Sherry Turner, Rebecca Goebbels, who really are the operational geniuses behind the Enterprise Center. So collectively, we've got 33 years, 22 of that belongs to Sherry. So Rebecca and I would still be considered the newbies. And Sherry will be retiring from the Enterprise Center, but not retiring from whatever she chooses to do next. But she has been a tremendous asset to the ecosystem, running the Women's Business Center, as well as the other programs at the Enterprise Center. So having been here before, I know that Commissioner Ashcraft will ask me about my predecessor's big number that he put out, and I could never explain that. So what we're going to do today is I will show you the economic impact that the Enterprise Center has had just over the last 4 years. Given the rather short time, couple of weeks, Robin, I think, we had to pull this together. I couldn't go back further. So we've got 4 years worth of information to do that. Next slide. You've all seen this. We're the conduit for the county to small businesses with a myriad of services. So it crosses, you'll see the county projects, small business support, the mentoring, the key mentoring program for the region. We still have outstanding connections to capital for those companies needing to raise capital. And again, we have the Women's Business Center that continues to support women and those typically underserved entrepreneurs. I'll run through each one of these and show you the economic. You're going to see a lot of numbers. You don't need to write any down. I have a slide that will add them all up for you. When the county comes to us, we step up. You came to us early on in COVID in 2022, 2 different grant processes that we went through. You see that touched almost 1,600 Johnson County businesses. If you look at the number of jobs which we captured at the time, grants, it's over 5,100 jobs in the county. Using an average salary for those jobs, you're looking at a huge number of annual wages. The other thing is we did capture sales, Johnson County sales only. So you'll see that from that grant, those grant processes, it generated over $10 million in county taxes. The child care program, which was also done in 22-23, we created 1,665 child care spots in Johnson County. Low cost of less than $1,000 per spot, which was unheard of at the time, still is unheard of at the time. It's 425 workers, represents $13.5 million in county wages. And based on a study done at Wichita State, every child care spot is also worth another $27,000 in economic impact. That is helping people get to work, people who needed child care, helping to reduce the cost. So you can see that alone was another $44.6 million in economic value created from the program. Lastly, as we all know, the World Cup's going on. We worked with the staff, with Bo and others, to be the business point. There was a lot of different sites and a lot of different entities creating what World Cup for consumers, what to do, where to go, how to get places. We became the one in Johnson County. As a business, what can I do to take advantage of this? So we created a website. You'll see from the numbers that jumped once we released that website. The next page, next slide. So we run under the support side, Launchies a program that if anyone who thinks they have an idea for a business can enroll and take. We usually run 2 a year. It's about an 8-week course. Sometimes we advise them not to start that business. In this case, 68 new businesses were started through that Launchie program in the last 4 years. The child care program, we continue to run, even though we don't have the grants. We continue to provide the technical support and consulting. Once they got a grant, they went through a number of our technical support programs. So you'll see the number of consulting hours. That's based on an SBA number for consulting hours is almost $1 million. One important fact is 94% of the child care providers that we worked with on grants are led by women. So it's very important for us to keep that connection, as that's where we're going to grow additional spots. And then finally, the state's approved our curriculum for those child care providers who have to have continued education. So we provide almost 30 hours of continued education in a child care spot. The Women's Business Center continues to do one-on-one consulting, even though we've reduced staff a bit. And then you'll see from the direct small business communications, we have a database of almost 12,000 small businesses that we reach out to biweekly on anything, any pertinent, any information, World Cup, anything else that we can do. You'll see once we release the World Cup site, 31% jump of visitors or increase over our first 2 months. Next. GMS is the premier mentoring program that we've been running for 10 years. Rebecca heads that up along with another program. These are the 10-year numbers, so I want to make that sure that so you understand that. These are literally the 70 active mentors that we have. You may know some of them. They are all volunteer mentors, usually retired executives and or current ones in the companies who want to give back. So you can see the value in 2025 alone, the number of hours that we provided in consulting to these companies was almost $600,000. That's based on a survey we did with those mentors as to what their hourly rate is. And since inception, we've provided over $5 million in consulting. Next slide, thanks. These are the actual companies that we have mentored, 120 since we founded. We do know that they have 640 jobs, about $32 million in wages. Over the 10 years, they've created $1.5 million in Johnson County sales tax and continue. This is 1 year. So they continue now at about $160,000 a year in sales taxes. You can see the sales, you can see the capital that they've raised. All of these businesses come to us because they're at a point in time when they want to scale. And so our mission is to get them to the next level. The newest program that we kicked off officially starting in June, though, it's a program we did with the Kauffman Grant. We have a 3-year grant worth almost $1 million from Kauffman to roll out a loan readiness program. What we saw was a gap in the system. Those helping small businesses and small businesses themselves don't understand how to get loan ready. So Rebecca, with a deep background in banking, recognized the opportunity for us to build that program. We partner with Kauffman. It's a 3-year grant that has to be matched. But we will, all of the companies listed below are the supporters of the program. Want us to get it out as soon as possible. We'll start doing our first training sessions in July, with the hopes that eventually we'll have a certification process in place for banks, lenders, micro lenders, accountants, those that work with small businesses to get them loan ready. And I actually had the letters of support for the grant with me as well. We are still Johnson County's connection to capital, those companies that need to raise money, whether that's to get started or whether that's to grow. This page would be those the Digital Sandbox is a proof of concept program, launched 10 years ago. In just the last 2 years, we sat on the selection committee for both Digital Sandbox, for Digital Health KC, and you'll see on the next page for Grow Kansas. So we have steered over $500,000 in just the last 2 years to Johnson County companies. Since 2022, 113 Johnson County startups have gotten over $2 million in grants to get started at no expense to the county. And the program on the right, Digital Health, is only 2 years old. These are startups working in the digital health space. You see that we have managed to get them almost about $186,000. That program will continue to grow. Next slide, please. The Grow Kansas is a state-run equity fund funded by the federal government's SSBCI program. We sit on that selection committee as well. So since inception, these are the 26 companies in Johnson County that have gotten $5.2 million in equity investment. There's the wages, there's the sales, and again, there's the sales tax number generated from these companies. The Women's Business Center, as we mentioned, continues to support the childcare business, which is still probably running a 25% deficit in Johnson County alone. The one-on-one consulting we do not only with women, but a lot of typically underserved entrepreneurs, traditionally underserved. Those of us that are old would say minority. And then our launching program continues to run and will continue to run. We are the only women's business center in the state of Kansas. So I promised you wouldn't have to do the math. So here's each program. Here's the economic impact that each one has had. So you can see on the next slide, if we total that up, in the 4 years that we used to do this study, we received from the county $2.7 million in funding. That's $682 a year. We've not had an increase since I've been here. I included the $20.5 million in federal funds that you provided us to do the grant programs. So that's $23.2 million in that 4-year time period, which has returned $1.3 billion in economic impact. And that's actually a low number because I only used 1 year's sales taxes instead of 4 years across companies. So if you look at that, you're looking at about 56% return or 56x return on the county's money. If you take out the federal funds, you're still looking at about an 18x return on the county's money that we get out of our economic impact. This year, we've also secured 1.15 in grant funding. That's between the SBA and Kauffman. Those have to be matched, which is why we continue to be dependent on the county funding. We can stop here for questions, or I can run through the next two real quick, whichever you prefer. Keep going. So what we've done to cut expenses over the last really 3 years, our staff's down to 7. we just continue to ask them to do more. We reduced our rent, our space at Cloverleaf to save us $36,000 a year. We no longer make investments in our angel group, but we have to maintain the portfolio, which is down to 19 companies. So the financial analyst that we had, we reduced that position as well. And from a budget standpoint, here's the 2026 operating budget that we are using for this year. And finally, the outlook for next year, you'd see what the county provides, what we'll get matched from the SBA. 1 year from Kaufman, it's a 3-year grant, it's the 345, so that gets us to the almost $1.2 million budget, which has been fairly consistent for us. That's it, sorry. Questions,
Thank you, Mr. Shackelford.
comments, math exercises?
Yeah, there will be those. Just diving in here in the interest of time, and we're almost at 3 o'clock. Tell me about, you mentioned the website and the World Cup support. How are you tracking? What are the metrics? What do you anticipate the end product's going to look like?
We track new visitors, we track the pages that they go to, we track the length of time they stay on there. I apologize, I didn't bring the statistics, there were too many, so I just kept it at the high level. We saw 92% new first-time visitors. We've seen 31% jump March over January, February combined. So when we push that out, and I should have elaborated, what we built were where to go to find out business information. We built verticals for hospitality, retail, even arts and galleries, breweries. These were industry-specific documents to say, if you're in this business, based on what we know about the World Cup, these are the steps you can take to take advantage of that. And so what we saw was a sharp increase. I don't have the detail by industry or by visitor or the young lady who does our social media has an abundance of data that I'd be happy to get back to you.
No, I appreciate that. So you built the website, people are going to the website. Where does that live on, or how does that, what's the legacy piece to it?
Well, I guess I would say we'll probably work with your staff, Bo, and others to say, what do we want? We'll keep the vertical, but we'll have to change them away from a one-time huge visitor to, if you're in these spaces, these are the way you can expand your business. So we'll keep the vertical, but a lot of this was, as you know, where are people going to be? Why? The transportation, that side, we wanted to direct people to that. And so when working with Bo and others, on your site, somebody who wants business information links to ours. So I think we'll coordinate with your staff to say, what do you want to keep there? We certainly can house anything that we think is related to it.
Okay. Just kind of popcorning around here.
Go ahead.
The Kaufman Loan Readiness Grant, congratulations,
Yep.
that's great. Is that the first time you've received this grant, or is that?
First time this is a brand new grant.
Okay, and it's a 3-year grant?
3-year, about 345, 337, I think, and 337, over 3 years.
Okay, and so, given that it requires matching, is it a 1-to-1 match?
Yes.
Okay, so that's gonna take a big focus of Enterprise Center over the next 3 years, right?
Yes, but built into that grant was the staff, that budget, that grant has a separate budget, so those dollars will all be spent on the loan readiness program. So in that budget, we included, Rebecca, keep me honest, 1.5 staff? Yes. 1.5 staff to do that program.
Is that new 1.5 staff, or is that the existing 7?
No, it'll be new.
New staff?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Ms. Turner, I've heard that you'll be leaving ECJC. Yes. Is that correct? First of all, congratulations to you. What does that look like for the Women's Business Center? Who takes over that? How does that continue?
Well, there's currently already an executive director of the Women's Business.
You need to go to the microphone.
So we already have an executive director at the Women's Business Center, Brandy Stitt, and Rebecca is going to take over my role in terms of handling operations across Enterprise Center. And it's been my privilege to serve Johnson County. Thanks for your trust in what we do.
Well, I appreciate the work that you have and continue to do. I've got several other questions in the interest of everybody else. I'm going to pass. Commissioner Ashcraft, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Shackelford, while I haven't had a chance to study your ROI analysis, I would suggest it's much more reasoned than what I have seen in the past. So I appreciate you taking that effort and trying to outline it. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. So a couple of questions. I was noticing slide 53 talked about small business consulting service values about 595,000, and then on slide 60 it's 3.4 million total. So anybody's trying to read the slides on the screen, I apologize. So it looks like it's a consistently fairly substantial number, that you've got a customer base that values you, relies upon you for those services. So my question was, so how much of that are you recouping in charges for those services directly to those customers?
We charge a very nominal fee for LaunchU, which is, it's so nominal that it's kind of insignificant for that. We do not charge for GMS, the mentoring that with GMS. We have, we discussed it, but I would say we have not concluded. And what we graduate these folks after about 14 months with us. And there's been talk of, at that graduation, would there be a fee to return to us for that? But we don't charge, to answer your question, we do not charge for that service.
Okay, and I appreciate the response. The question that I often raised, I guess with you, but particularly your predecessor, when the rate of returns were so astronomical, and these are very significant, okay? But how do we balance asking for public sector monies when we're generating strong revenues, potential revenues from others that could, in some mechanism, cover those costs that are currently paid for by the taxpayer? So are you looking at that? Are you considering that to not just supplement what you're receiving, but to actually offset that cost?
We look at it, but I will be honest with you, being an economic development engine for the county, we will always depend on county support. I don't see a future of not having the county support. One of the other issues for us is when we get grant funding from outside agencies, they typically want us to then take the programs outside of Johnson County, which then incurs more expense, a chance to certainly touch and improve the region's economic, have more economic impact across the region. But because of the support from the county, we dedicate as much as our resources and as much as those dollars are allowed under those grants to Johnson County. So we're not trying to cross the state line. I do want to make one more point from an economic development standpoint from where we sit. The one advantage Kansas had over Missouri for not even early stage companies, for those companies raising equity, was the Kansas Angel Tax Credit Program. It has been renewed. Missouri for years never could get it through their Senate, the House, and get it passed. They recently passed it. So they now have a tax increment, Angel Tax Credit Program. And that is big with respect to attracting early stage investment from particularly angel groups and individuals who want to invest in startups. I've reached out to Commerce to ask, okay, you've lost the advantage. They have a much bigger proof of concept program than we do. We rely on them for that. No dollars from the state have come. There's other tools that can be used. The reason I bring that up is we've had great success with early stage companies that grow and scale because they use the Angel Tax Credit Program. Many of those moved to Kansas because there wasn't one on the other side of the state line. So time will tell what that means. But our neighbors on that side of the line passed a pretty significant one. So you'll see some of your more exciting early stage rapid growing companies, no need to move to Johnson County or to the Kansas side of the line.
Jeff, I'm sorry, Mr. Shackelford, okay.
You can call me Jeff, I'm good with that.
I know. I'm trying to be respectful on the
Other than
dice. There's
Commissioner
other
Myers
four-letter
might,
words.
I did want to start by saying I've never won a baking contest. I lost the chicken wing contest at the Lake of the Ozarks, but I am like a 5-time champion of the Miller Willoughby family July 4th horseshoe contest. So that's my only claim to fame. And nobody knows about it, so that's even better.
We're on tape here, man.
True. It's on the record.
So, page 63 of my slides, or page 60 of yours, or 63. Enterprise Center 2027 funding outlook. What is the expense outlook? Is there a budget for 2027? Am I missing that?
Yeah, if you go back one slide, it will be very similar to this one, and I say similar in that we haven't adjusted some of the numbers, but clearly, we run on a fiscal budget every year that the board, we're governed by a fiduciary responsible board of 13. You'd probably know some of those folks as well. So it will look very similar. We hadn't done the 2017, couple of factors. Wanted to ensure that we got the Kaufman grant, which we applied for in March, and they told us in May. And then also, I probably misunderstood some earlier communications and anticipating not coming here. And so we will immediately do a 2027. It won't be too different from this one. I'm trying to think other than, well, the Kaufman grant coming in, being its own program, will make that number look a little bit bigger than it is, but those dollars have to be spent on that grant.
So the 347 in the Kaufman revenue bucket for 2026 will be separated in 2027? It'll be
Yeah.
enhanced in 2027?
We have to report back to Kaufman how we spent every one of the dollars, and we submitted a budget as part of the proposal.
Yeah.
So we will have to adhere to that. So you'll see 345 this year. You'd see, I think it's 337 next year, and I think it adds up to 997 over those 3 years. But we will keep track of that separately, meaning to report back to Kaufman. We put it here because it's part of the overall budget.
No, thank you. Commissioner Allen Brand, thanks for your patience with me.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I have to say, I agree with Commissioner Ashcraft. This is the best presentation that I've ever seen, and it helps me understand a lot more of what you're doing and just the breakout and what it's actually accomplishing. But I still struggle with, because we're using taxpayer dollars, the amount of money, but also why we would not also look at chambers and businesses and cities for helping with some revenues to offset that. I don't know, I'm struggling with that, but I'm going to be honest. I did not have time to read through this. I was on the road all day yesterday and there was no internet, and I get nauseated when I read in the car, so.
So do I.
So anyway, so I'm looking forward to read over this more, and I'm really interested in the numbers from the World Cup. It sounds exciting from what you've talked about.
And back to Commissioner Ashcraft, moving forward, this will be how we present. And I apologize, I probably misunderstood the work study session that we did, because we should have had this information and provided it to you then. I thought it was going to be the county strategy for economic development. So moving forward, it'll be metrics. It'll be, what do you get for the amount of funding that you provide to the Enterprise Center? And hopefully you'll see the kind of returns that you need to see. I mean, you can equate this to, what do you get when you pave a road that you have to maintain? You could do a study to figure out the businesses and the houses and so on and so forth. We looked at it as the clients we serve, what do they bring to the county? And how much does that equate to from a dollars and cents standpoint? And what's the return on that 682 that you give us, that you've been giving us year after year? So that's how we put this together. I tried to make sure I quoted the sources so you would know where the numbers came from, because I wanted to know and I wanted to understand that. And Rebecca, I have to give credit to Rebecca. She literally, that combined with the Johnson County Public Library's, I can't remember the name of the database.
Data Actual Reference Solutions.
So we surveyed all the people what we knew from the grants. We surveyed the GMS people. Then she audited that versus a business database to say, what is their actual sales number? What are the actual employees and so on? And then we took the conservative, the lesser of the two numbers. Self-reporting can be sometimes 90% accurate and sometimes 50% accurate, so.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask some clarifying questions if I can, because what you said and what I read, there's some confusing things, so I'm going to try to draw a bright line on some of that confusion. So when you talked about moving down to 7 staff, is that 7 full-time staff? Okay. And does that include the 1.5 new Kaufman staff?
No, it does not. We haven't hired anything for that grant. The grant officially, the start date for that grant is June. And
Is that grant different than the 2026 grant that's in your 2026 operating budget that says Kaufman Loan Readiness Grant Year 1?
No, that's the grant because that clock starts in June. So really,
June of this year.
June of this year.
So it goes June 1 of 26 to July 1
yeah,
of
that's their
20
calendar. That's the
Okay,
calendar.
to June 30 of 27, and then, so what is your fiscal year? Is your fiscal a July to June fiscal year, or is it a calendar fiscal year?
We run three fiscal years. The SBA has theirs, which is September to October. Now we have Kaufman's, which will be June to July, and we run ours, which is January to December.
Okay, so your overall agency is a calendar year budget.
Right. We have
Okay.
to report the other two based on their calendar.
So in your 2026 budget, when it talks about payroll of 741,000 and change, and then contract labor of 21,500, so I take it that payroll is referencing your 7 current staff members? Contract labor is what?
We contract for Launch U, our program.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
Launch
said.
U, the startup program. We contract with people to teach that
Okay.
over the course of the 8.
And then and then you have grant expense of 135,000. What does that reference?
That references how the SBA grant, they give us $150,000. It has to do with how it has to be shown from an accounting standpoint. That's the cost of the grant. And I've argued this for a number of years, that why we show it is beyond me, but my controller says that's the way we have to do it. So that's in reference to the match that you have to provide for the SBA.
And in that grant expense, is there personnel cost?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then, I wanted to make sure I have chicken scratches all over, so I want to make sure I have. And then, looking at I know you had, how many square feet of office space do you have?
I'm sorry, we reduced to, I'm going to guess here, so I could be wrong. I want to say 6,000 square feet.
But
Cloverleaf.
you're, in addition to housing staff there, you're conducting some of your programming there? Okay, staff and
And
programming.
then we also, Cloverleaf allows us to use a very large room without cost. Previously, when we moved, when I inherited, we had a huge training room that 60% of the time probably wasn't used. So when that lease was up, we moved to Cloverleaf, shrunk our space, and then we can use the huge community one that we have to reserve to that. Then when the lease came up, we reduced further. We took out about 4 offices.
Okay. So that helps me, and I'll say what I said to the Fair Board. I'm looking forward to just a outside agency, more philosophical discussion. I know right now, we're more than 50% of that budget that you have, so looking forward to a conversation post the 2027 budget cycle to what going forward looks like. So thank you.
Thank you for this information. I had a question, though. How do you ensure that all the businesses that you serve either start up or stay in Johnson County? That you're not providing them with services and then they go out of the county?
There is no way to do that. I mean, short of the grants for the digital sandbox require them to stay in that. But I will tell you, when you give a $20,000 grant to a startup, and if they leave in 18 months, you won't spend the money to go try to get that $20,000 back.
Can you anecdotally say how many do end up staying here in Johnson County?
If you asked me to guess, and Rebecca would attest to, 80 to 85% of the business that we stay, if not higher. Again, back to the Angel Tax Credit Program. That's what was attracting him to find office space in in Kansas, which is why we need the state to come up with some other tools. But we have no clause, nothing legal that says you can't leave the state.
No, I appreciate that. Just the anecdotal is
Yeah.
helpful. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And most of the GMS, those companies have been in business for years. I mean, we have some that have 200,000 in revenue trying to get to $1 million, and we have some that are doing 15 million trying to get into 25. So they're established. They're here. That's why from that tax number that I put out, I only used the 1 year, but they're still, those aren't startups. Those could be businesses that some of you would probably know, and they've been around for 5 years. They just can't figure out how to get to the next level.
The Grow Kansas Equity Investments, that's a program put forward by the state,
Yes.
And
It's federally funded.
federally funded, administered by the state.
Administered by a group that rolls up to Network Kansas.
Okay, and the ECJC sits on the selection committee for that?
Yep. Yep.
And then once companies are selected, any of the programming goes through the state?
Depends on no, there's no programming associated. This is just a true equity investment. So if you need to raise, and they usually cap the first investment at $250,000. They can make add-on investments, which they've made a few of. I think the maximum they can go up to is probably about $500,000 in any given company. It came out 3 years ago. They received $69 million in SSBCI funds, and then took, $19 million put into a fund, this equity fund. And that all of those dollars have to be deployed in Kansas. You would guess the majority of applicants come from here. So yeah, every Wednesday, there's typically 2 companies that pitch, and then they'll decide if we think they're ready, do we think they'll make it, and so on.
So the slide 57 here, is this the 2025 list of companies? Is that the total companies?
This is the total, they launched in 2022.
Okay.
This is the 26 that have been funded since then in Johnson County.
Okay. How much of that fund remains?
Trying to think, last time I asked, I don't know if they've gotten to the halfway point yet. And there is a time limit to push it out.
Okay.
And I believe they're also there's a second tranche that once you reach the 19.
No, my curiosity there is if the investments in Johnson County companies is 5.2, and you said there was 19 million in the pie, how much of that as a percentage of the state's economy, as a percentage of the state's population, how much of that funding is going to Johnson County as opposed to other parts of the state. I just want to make sure I was,
They have those numbers.
I wasn't asking for an answer, I'm just saying that's my curiosity.
It's a great question, because you and I have had a conversation that we don't get for what this county produces, the size of the population compared to the size of the state. There tends to be a tendency to think that we don't need things,
Yeah.
which I challenge people and say, I don't know where you're going to make up the difference across the state, no offense to the western side, but we don't see lots of opportunities for companies that are going to scale and can find investment and so on.
Well, you're right, you and I have had that conversation, and one of the things that we recognize is there's a Department of Commerce and a number of programs within that Department of Commerce that support small businesses, and how we leverage those funds with what we're doing here in Johnson County to enhance small business opportunities, I think is incumbent upon us to do. I know there's going to be a new Secretary of Commerce come January of next year, and so I want to make sure that we are teed up to be able to not only enhance existing relationships, build new ones if necessary, but to make sure that the economic engine of the state is receiving entrepreneurial support, that there's just not a perception that Johnson County is doing great and that engine's always going to continue to hum, because it's so important for the rest of the state, given that we are a third of the state's economy and 65% of GDP growth. And I can you could probably throw a number of stats at me that we share with friends from across the state. But all to say, as we look at, your budget and the investment that we make, and it's a big portion of it, there's already public funds that are available for entrepreneurial opportunities, and we should make sure that we are maximizing those opportunities for Johnson County, because it is our same residents that are providing those resources to the state.
I couldn't agree more. The last proof of concept program that the Commerce put out, which was not well designed, and I told them, but they asked me to apply anyway, so we did. Half of that went to Wichita, the other half went to KU's Innovation Campus. Nothing came here. The $2 million in grants from the Digital Sandbox, none of that money came from the state of Kansas. I have begged and pleaded for them to put up $2 million a year, because over 5 years, you'll get 500 startups in the state of Kansas. And I've had no luck with Mr. Tolan and his crew. I wrote the email as soon as I saw Missouri's Angel Tax Credit Program, letting them know, you've lost the one differentiator you have. What are you going to do? I get really nice emails back, but I don't get a lot of action. So I would love your help. With the new administration coming in, I think there's a board member or two that can help depending on where those elections fall. So we'll push that button again.
Well, regardless of where those elections
I agree.
fall, there's 7 board members here that can help with that.
I would love to spend some time, lay out what we laid out from a standpoint of economic development and growth for the state. They asked me, it was asked of me a few years ago, laid out a number of programs and said, here's how much. One of them was a $5 million early stage equity fund. That's been solved with SSBCI. Proof of concept program hasn't been solved. You're right, they're right, the coattails of the money that's been raised from a Digital Sandbox, none from Kansas, though I've asked a number of times. There's about 3 programs that would make a huge difference here. As well as, you know what, most of those programs would help the rest of the state as well. But this is where the opportunities come from. I get asked all the time when we were running the Angel Group, have you made an investment in Western Kansas? I said, we've never made an investment west of Topeka because we haven't had anybody who's applied with an investment-ready business. I can't create these things. Yet, as you know, getting anything through Topeka typically means you got to have something that you can offer to the western side of the state, even if it doesn't produce. The last 2 programs out of, I am on record, the last 2 programs out of Commerce that were supposed to be proof of concept, both have not resulted in any meaningful results.
Well,
I'll speak freely.
and I appreciate that. And I think there's always going to be an opportunity for partnership with the state. And if we could help make sure that those opportunities that will be afforded to folks not only are meritorious, because we want them to be successful anywhere in the state.
Right.
But we also want to make sure that there's opportunities that are generated right here for Johnson County, for the state.
Then
So-
I'll get on your calendar and we'll have that discussion.
We can continue that discussion. I'm dominating the time, and I apologize about that. Does anybody else have further questions for Mr. Shackelford, Ms. Turner? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Nice to see you again.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break at this time for the sake of the closed captioners and the board. We'll be back at approximately 3:27. 3:27, thanks.
You didn't want to use 6, 7?
Yeah, I do. Okay, we're getting. Good afternoon. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your patience. We are back after a break. We are now at this time going to hear from the County Economic Research Institute. Ms. Symes.
Yes, coming up for them is Doug Davidson, the president.
Mr. Davidson, welcome back.
Good afternoon. It's good to be here. I'll be fairly brief today. I'm not going to go through what we do and how we do it. We did that with you all last October when we had our study session together. But you can see our mission statement there, which is generally to support economic development in Johnson County through the provision of data and technical assistance, technical support to the economic development community. Next slide, thank you. Our budget is around $340,000. The county's annual contribution, which is this will be the 34th year consecutively that we've not asked for an increase. And incidentally, I should note that 2026 is Series 40th anniversary. So next year will be our 41st year. And we're asking for $300,000 as we have for the last 33 consecutive years. That's the vast majority of our budget, 88%. We generate the remaining through sales of product and service and a little bit of investment income. This is our budget for the current year. You can see the personnel expenses are the vast majority of our budget. The next largest expense would be office space. Next slide. We were asked to talk a little bit about our accomplishments. So year to date, these are some of the things that we've done outside of our normal updates of our publications and so forth. But we've done a number of economic briefings and presentations, one of which was to you as you started to get ready for the budget cycle as we do annually. Frank Link from Mark and I came and updated you on economic trends that we've been seeing lately. I've done similar presentations to the DeSoto EDC so far this year, Shawnee EDC, the Leadership Overland Park class, and then also had meetings with Sharice Davids and her staff. And then we've done some custom data requests outside of our normal publication schedule. We provided data for the State of the County address. We've also, as we do annually, provided data to multiple cities in the county and the county as they're preparing their financial reports, their annual financial statements. They typically ask for lists of major employers, things about the economy, that sort of thing that goes into their reporting. We've done demographic studies so far this year for the city of Gardner and for the Olathe EDC. And then a couple of projects, both of which we're currently still working on, is some special requests for data and analysis from the Olathe EDC and the Shawnee EDC. Both of them are working on some marketing type materials, and they're wanting data to support those. And then, of course, we, in addition to our annual publications, that we have a handful of those that we update annually. We do monthly economic indicator reports and non-residential building permit reports. So those are the things we've been up to so far this year. In terms of efficiencies, we had a staff member retire at the end of December, and we have paused replacing that person until we kind of understand a little bit in more solid detail what our funding prospects are going forward. So we have delayed that to build a little bit of a cash cushion. We've also delayed some computer upgrades. Our computers are about 7 years old now. And then we're trying to, best we can, reduce some printing and office supply expenses where we can. Those are relatively minor areas of savings. And that is all I have for you. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Davidson. Really appreciate the report and succinct and to the point. I have a couple questions, but I'll first open it up to any of the commissioners have any questions. Commissioner Brewer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You had shared about the hiring pause. I think when we had our study session earlier this year, end of last year, I can't remember
It was
now.
October.
Of last year, right? Okay. You had gone from 2 to 4 staff. Does that mean you're down to 1 staff at this
It
point in
does,
time?
indeed,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And certainly when we think about the computer upgrades, that certainly has an impact on what type of report data you're able to pull in and utilize in putting together reports, because that's going to impact the ability to updated software to be able to do some of those data analytics that you need in order to function. Is that an accurate reflection?
Possibly. I mean, we've not to this point needed any special technical capabilities in that regard in terms of computing power. With AI, that may start to change, but that's not been a limiting factor to date.
And then finally, you shared on your budget overview on page 65, your revenue sources, which add up to 340. And then on page 66, your total expenses, which is about 7,000. Is that dipping into any type of reserves that you have, or?
We do have reserves, which so this budget was approved in November, I believe it was, of last year. We will likely be, because we have not hired staff, we will likely be under this budget in total expenditures.
So, I, for one, for the cycle after the 2027 budgeting cycle, that's from an earlier retreat that we had as a board, introducing the budget into '26. I'm looking forward to that conversation going forward, so there's planning that can be done on your side and our side, that isn't last-minute changes to what's happening at this point in time. So that's kind of where my thought is having that more deliberative conversation subsequent to 2027 budgeting cycle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I had a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Oh, Commissioner?
both
Oh,
did,
okay, you
but
both did.
that's okay.
You're going to have to be more assertive.
we hit our
Sorry.
lights,
Oh, I can't see them too well, but
Sorry.
Commissioner Ashcraft, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Davidson, I appreciate the succinctness of your presentation.
Trying to get you back on schedule.
No, you're good. I also appreciate your acknowledgement of AI and its potential impact, particularly on the kind of work that you do. In my admittedly limited conversations with corporate America, whatever that is, there seems to be an increasing dependence upon the research capacities that AI can do for discrete segments of the market, and I'm going to suspect broadly, but that's more of your expertise. I think what I struggle with, and Mr. Davidson, you always comport yourself very professionally, but this is probably at least the 3rd year, if not the 4th, that you've given a nod to the pinch that you feel in your operations, printing, computer, space, administrative support, and you have been very diligent at trying to hold the line, and I appreciate that. But I just wonder, and I've raised this question in the past, I just wonder if this is the best business model for the services you provide versus what the emerging AI market is demanding. I suspect that some chambers, some communities have needs for your services. and I'm not trying to personalize it, but the services that you provide. And I struggle with the model that was originally envisioned, I believe in the 90s. Is that
80s,
80s,
actually.
okay. Was to make this function independent of county government, to give it the vitality and flexibility to do things that rigid old bureaucracy can't do. But given the changes in the environment and the technology, I do wonder if maybe it's not time to reconsider that business model and look at how we might bring that function or those key components of it back into the county structure to give it the kind of support and vitality that it needs. So I just offer that as a observation. I know that is one of those conjectures that can bristle the conversation, and I offer it in absolutely no means of disrespect for you and the work you do, but I just wonder if going forward there aren't other models that we might consider.
Well, I should clarify, you were right to say the 90s. We were created in the mid-80s by the county as a county department. It was the early 90s, 94, that we separated from the county into a separate entity. So you were right about that. We're happy to have those conversations. I will note that, there are pros and cons of both.
Fair enough.
Business models. There frankly are advantages to not being housed within or a department of county government. With some of the projects that we get involved with, the confidentiality and things like that. If we were part of the county, I'm no attorney, but there are perhaps conceivably certain situations where certain things would have to be made public that clients may not wish for that. So, but it's certainly conversation we certainly are willing to have.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Allenbrand?
Thank you, Vice Chair. When you're saying that, I have had several conversations with Penny Postal Ferguson about possibly providing office space and trying to help. But now hearing you say the pros and cons, maybe, and I know that the city of DeSoto, Gardner, Olathe, and I know Olathe has used your expertise several times. And I know there's there's more things that we can do, but you don't have the equipment to do it. So maybe it is working together to see how we can come up with that solution. Because I think it would be a sad day if we didn't have what you're providing. I know, I think the city of Shawnee has also, so I think every single one of the cities has used your services.
Yes.
And maybe it's looking at a different model of how the revenue comes in. But, so I'm interested in that because I keep pushing the county manager and maybe that's not the right, maybe that's, yeah. So anyway, I don't know. I was trying to offer that as a way to help. So, thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm under the belief of if it's not broke, don't fix it. Now, some people may think it's broke. I don't. And the response that I get from people from throughout the county has been extremely positive with the services that are provided. And I start looking at it and say, well, when you start building new models, you're starting to think about the real possibility that the funding is going to have to be expanded. And you never know, that funding could have to be expanded a great deal. I think we're actually getting bargain for what we receive and what locals receive throughout the county. So that's kind of where I stand. But again, I'm always willing to look at things outside and in the fall. I'm looking forward to having these types of discussions and seeing where we actually land as a Board of County Commission. So, as far as for this year's budget and thing, I'm supportive of keeping everything as is for all outside agencies. And then I think we need to have that discussion because the budgets were built in to this budget. And I think I made that clear the last time I spoke about this, and I still believe it. I hate to see us go away from doing the right thing. And my belief is that the right thing is to get through this budget cycle as is and then have the discussions that are needed to be made and then for us to come up with decisions that we think are most appropriate.
Thank you. Can I do a follow-up? I had a couple questions, if you don't mind. I had a couple questions, Mr. Davidson. Following up to some of the discussion about AI and the impact of AI, what is the trend that you're seeing in terms of, especially those custom reports or requested reports? I'm just wondering, instead of calling you, are people just going on, going into an AI browser or Chat GPT, whatever, and asking it to pull up those numbers? And has that impact what you're seeing in terms of the request for your services?
I can't answer that definitively, but I would guess that yes, people are doing that. Most of our key constituents, the economic development community, our key clients that we have worked with for years, still continue to come to us because they know that we are providing them sourced, accurate data. You don't always know what AI is pulling off the internet and packaging together for you.
Doesn't always stop people from use. Well, and I appreciate that. Another question, and this is kind of a follow-up from some discussions we had last year. In terms of some of your operating expenses, I think there was discussion of co-location within a chamber or EDC. Have there been any discussions in that regard that might be cost savings?
Well, we have not yet seriously looked at office space because our lease has another 13 months on it. So it expires at the end of July 2027. So we felt like it's been a little too early to start a serious search for space. We have in the past, on occasion, had opportunity to co-locate in a building that housed one of the chambers. And I know that it's a point of concern to the remaining chambers in the county that we would be co-located with one of them when we're there to serve all of them equally. So that, while it sounds great that there might be some, economies to be gained there, typically those facilities are charging rent just as anyone else would. But then there's also the equity part of it, that if we're co-housed with one of them and we're there to serve all equally, that the optics are not ideal.
Sure. I appreciate that. That's understandable. Do you at this point have any anticipation of removing that hiring pause? Or are you just playing it by ear at this point?
Well, we're sort of playing it by ear right now. But yes, I hope to fill that position, yes.
And that's a full-time position?
It was not a full-time position. It was a longtime staff member who was very efficient and wanted to reduce his hours. So we agreed to that. He was able to continue to do his work. Now I'm doing his work too. So, and I'm not as efficient at most of what he did because I'm still learning it 6 months in, but we're getting there.
Okay, well, thank you. Commissioner Allenbrand, you had another follow-up.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Commissioner Myers, I agree with you. But I also know being a one-man show, it's not sustainable. And I am welcoming of course, I value your information. I send the information over to every one of my cities and city council members, and they always enjoy getting that information. But being one person is not sustainable, so we have to figure out a way that we can help you so that we can continue with this. I have attended a couple of AI seminars, one being through a joint chamber event and one online. And they're still saying, even though people are really worried about AI because we're getting a lot of information, but you still need to have somebody overseeing that. It's just not gonna always be a standalone because people are worried about losing their jobs. I think a perfect example was national news. I was in Japan, and they had a robot that was doing karate, and he was out on a mat doing his karate, and for whatever reason, went up to a young kid and sucker punched him in the stomach. Of course, he's been disbanded now, but I mean, that's just an example of things that could happen. But thank you for your services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for joining us and for your report. And
Absolutely, thank you, and thank you for the continued support of Siri.
okay, we'll see you next time. So back to you,
Okay,
Ms.
well,
Symes.
Up next is Arts Council of Johnson County, and we have Sarah Van Landite here for her presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Van Landite. I'm the Executive Director for the Arts Council of Johnson County. Thank you to the Board of County Commissioners for your continued support and for the opportunity to share more about our impact with the community. This year, we are requesting level support for 2027. The Arts Council is the local arts agency for Johnson County. We serve students, older adults, veterans, artists, arts organizations, vulnerable populations, nonprofits, county agencies, including Johnson County Mental Health, Aging and Human Services, and Health and Environment. Our work with the community is driven by our mission to enhance the quality of life in Johnson County by strengthening the arts and by our core values of community, creativity, quality of life, and stewardship. Next slide. As a two-person team, our effectiveness lies within identifying internal and external efficiencies to help us carry out our mission. Additionally, we match the county's contribution one-to-one with outside support. In addition to our strategic goal to strengthen fundraising and financial sustainability, ACJC works with a contracted grant writer. And in 2023, we brought on a contracted fund development professional to help us grow our individual and major giving. From a service perspective, our strength is in identifying gaps, aligning with partners and resources, and collaboratively developing responsive solutions. Some examples include our current arts and health initiatives, our arts and tourism focus with municipal arts councils, and our collaborative effort to strengthen the creative workforce pipeline. Over the last year, ACJC met several significant accomplishments. We were recognized as the local arts agency for Johnson County by the Board of County Commissioners. We are working with regional cultural institutions, universities, and school districts to reimagine Shooting Stars as a youth leadership program. We continue to play a leadership role for the Kansas Arts Network, which was honored with a Governor's Arts Award in February. And we've implemented 2 arts and health pilot programs with Johnson County health agencies. Next slide. Through our collaborative approach, we are empowering efficiency, building capacity, expanding reach, and meeting community needs with innovative programs and services. Specific outcomes include initiating a 12-month artist residency with Johnson County Mental Health to explore the connection between art and mental health, strengthen community partnerships, and reduce the stigma around mental health in our community. Creating the Canvas Collective partnership with Aging and Human Services. Surveys from the recent cohort indicate the program strengthens social connection and reduced feelings of isolation among participating older adults. And the program also received a 90% excellent rating from participants. Cultivating a stronger, more unified countywide arts infrastructure through convening municipal arts councils, which is helping us better align with our tourism partners, and expanding access to creative opportunities and career pathways for high school students, maintaining a 93% satisfaction rating by participating students, growing our higher education partnerships by 400%, and securing $16 million over 4 years in preliminary scholarships from area universities for high school artists in Johnson County. Next slide. Lastly, the Arts Council's revenue is supported through a diversified mix of individual, foundation, corporate, and government contributions, including Johnson County. We work closely with our board, development committee, and development staff to raise funds for the Arts Council each year. On the expense side, our budget is mission-driven. The majority of our resources are directed toward program delivery, ensuring that services reach the community efficiently and reliably. We maintain lean administrative costs and make strategic investments in fundraising and organizational capacity to strengthen long-term sustainability. Thank you again for the opportunity to share the important impact we're making through our mission and our partnerships, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Well, excuse me, thank you, Ms. Van Luddite. I apologize having, I should know how to say your name, but more fluidly. Questions? I think Commissioner Ashcraft's trying to push his button.
We all need help.
Yeah, the technology works, but it's the fingers that don't. Keith Van Luddite. Couple of questions. On slide 72, it's got something referred to as income. Board? What is that? $3,000?
No, 8,000.
Or 8,500 for board? What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Great question. That is our board contribution to the Arts Council. It's part of their responsibility and commitment as board members to make a financial gift.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. And now, in the past, the county has provided support through non-rental cost. Is that listed under income? Is that the in-kind programmatic?
It is part of the in-kind. The county does provide office space for us.
Do we know what that relative value is? What part of that 18,000 that is?
Our office is about 224 square foot. I think we decided the fair market value was what, around 18 to 20. So what?
18 to 20,000.
No. It's about $2,000.
$2,000.
Thank you. We're doing group math over here.
Okay. No, that's fine. Because you said 18, and I said, well, the in-kind's 18.
That includes other in-kind
Okay,
sources.
I would have thought so. Okay, very good. In previous presentations, and I'm going back several years, one of the questions I had asked you was the return on investment for the support of the arts. And I was looking at some of my older notes, and back in 2017, you had, and I can't remember, there was a report.
Was it our Arts and Economic Impact study?
And
Yes.
it was I think it was 11 to 1. And so, given that, are you tracking, have you been tracking the ROI on the work that you're doing, at least the component that the county has invested in the arts program?
Thank you for that question. We measure impact in a lot of different ways, and of course, there is the most recent Arts and Economic Impact study that the Arts Council facilitated for the county with Americans for the Arts, and I think that indicated there was a $38.5 million economic impact by the arts, nonprofit arts sector in Johnson County. We look at that, we look at satisfaction surveys, and of course, we try to maintain a one-to-one match. For every dollar the county invests in us, our goal is to raise a dollar of outside resources. I think the most recent federal information out of the National Endowment for the Arts was for every $1 invested of public dollars in the arts, there was a $9 return.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I wanted to ask Ms. Van Landite about, if you could tell us a little bit more about reimagining the Shooting Stars program, because I know we have discussed that in the past here, and whether that is a duplication of some of the things that the schools are doing. And so I was very interested when I saw that on this list. So can you tell us a little bit more about what the thoughts are?
Happy to. Shooting Stars is the signature program of the Arts Council. The program was established in 1997. So it's had some longevity to its life. And we recognize, and the Arts Council Board recognizes that this generation of students have different needs than what they had in 1997. Last summer, we convened an advisory committee of board members, stakeholders, program partners, and teachers, as well as alumni, to review what our current programming, and make recommendations for changes. And from that became the recommendation to transition this into a leadership program while also providing financial support. So the scholarships that we provide through Shooting Stars, those are all supported by private foundations and private donors. The county's contribution helps us make the program possible and provide the workshop and other, student-related professional development type opportunities. So what we try to do in everything, whether it's Shooting Stars, Canvas Collective, or other initiatives, is not duplicate those services, but find where we can convene the community and enhance what's already existing, or fill in those gaps and provide services and support that's not already there.
I appreciate that. I was just thinking, since we just had a presentation by the Enterprise Center and thinking about young people getting into the arts, how important it is for them to understand how to do a business plan. And, it's great if you are an incredible artist, but if you don't know how to make a living on it, then it's going to be tough. So,
yes.
So it sounds like those kinds of things may be part of what you're envisioning. Well, that's great. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, sorry. Follow-up question, sorry, I'm going through my notes. I had a note that back in your 2026 budget presentation, you had stated a goal of curing the epidemic of loneliness in Johnson County. So have you been successful at that? How do you measure that? Are you still trying to work on that? How are you measuring success?
Sure. And that is a big issue, and one of the areas where we feel we can support the county in your priorities of health for the community. We know, throughout the pandemic, this became kind of a more recognized issue, that there was an epidemic of loneliness and isolation between, especially amongst the young community and the older adults. And in conversation with Tim Wolf at Aging and Human Services, we understood that he was providing kind of a similar arts program, and we were working on a similar arts program that also included some art therapy support. And we thought, well, why not combine resources rather than reinvent the wheel and create a whole separate duplicate program? Let's support each other. So Canvas Collective is the program that is in response to this loneliness epidemic. It's something that we can do in our corner of the world. We launched this program in 2024 with the generous support from SLFRF funding from the county. It was hugely successful. It did exactly what we thought it would do. It built connections. It gave individuals a creative release, and it helped them find community. And it did the exact same thing, even though we've just wrapped up the most recent program, so I don't have all the data to report just yet. But we know anecdotally it did the same thing, and we are excited to continue our partnership with Aging and Human Services that way.
Well, clarify, you said anecdotally, but then you said it was hugely successful. How
We
are
do a
judging
post,
that?
yeah, we do a pre and a post-program survey, and ask participants to answer a series of questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Van Landau, I apologize, and my apologies to others in handling a small emergency. But thank you very much for being here, and I have had the opportunity to review your presentation in advance. I'm very grateful that the Arts Council brought some gentlemen back to the building here, although I'm used to seeing them in suits and ties, and now with the short sleeves. That's just jealousy on my part, but thank you for being here. The designation as the local arts agency, if you wouldn't mind talking about that for me and how you see that impacting 2027 for the Arts Council. And then additionally, if you could tell me a little bit about your economic impact analysis, how that has continued to guide work, and what the future endeavors in which the Arts Council can be helpful to the overall, not only arts community in Johnson County, but the general economy.
I'm happy to answer that question. And we're grateful to the county for recognizing us as the local arts agency for Johnson County. And I think what that's done in the immediate is it recognizes the services and the work that we've been providing for years, but it's also helped kind of elevate our work, I think, and opened up some new doors and some new opportunities. And I would want to credit Bo McCall for helping us make some inroads with additional county agencies like the election office, and working with Kendra Neal on the Juneteenth project. I think looking forward, as the board considers what our next 3 years are, is we're about to enter into a new strategic planning process, though we're still searching for our strategic planning firm, to be clear. I think as we look in the next 3 years, that certainly plays a role in how we serve our community and the elevated work and the elevated position that we can find ourselves in. And perhaps that's a re-granting agency with some additional federal dollars. Perhaps that's serving, in a strengthened role as a convener with our municipal arts councils. But I think it just advances the work that we do on a much larger scale.
Thank you. And then I'm not sure if you had the chance to get into it yet, but the economic impact of art. Oh, you already talked about it? Great. Then I will let that be and pass to Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. And you know what? You are always a delight to talk to. You always have a smile on your face. You have a breath of fresh air. And I do see that you brought heavy hitters, even though they don't have ties on. But anyway, I'm glad they're here. And I just want to say, I personally have seen the impact of art. There's a program that is called Memories in the Making that a business partner and I had brought from the Alzheimer's Association into Kansas. And it is unbelievable, an unbelievable program that just taking an item and putting it on a table that could bring memories back to inspire them to create beautiful art. And then also just looking at the Spears program, and these aren't your programs, but it just shows the difference that it makes in lives. Johnson County Parks and Rec and the Friends of JCDS, looking at their faces. And I bid on a couple of items and I'm hoping to win, so I can't wait to go pick them up, to see their faces again. But just creating a opportunity for them to not only make money, but to feel good about themselves, to me is important. And I also see the economic impact that you're making in our community and just seeing the art. I mean, you look at the surveys that are coming in where people are actually coming through the county and in other parts, how much they enjoy the arts and what's going on. So I thank you for that. I also have received several letters of scholarships that happened in my district, and they sent a letter to me thanking me, and I said I couldn't take credit, but congratulations. So thank you for that. Next year, when we start working on 2028, if you could have a little bit more detailed budget, just because I get texts, well, what's this for? And then it would help me explain more. But thank you for all that you do, and also the heavy hitters you brought today and all the other people that serve on your board. Thank you. And their commitment of donations. I think it's important, no matter where you serve, to make some sort of a commitment. Thank you.
Commissioner Burke.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that I just wanted to observe and really commend you on is I think you've done a really good job growing the narrative on how, and growing your collaborative relationships so we can, so everyone can see in a more intentional way how the Arts Council is embedding in programs that achieve multiple outcomes. You know, we talked about the Canvas Collective Partnership. You know, I had a kiddo who went through Shooting Stars, and just being a part of that event and having young people understand that maybe their avocation could possibly be their vocation, and understand the value that it brings. And once again, I'll go back to quality of life. I might come here for a job, but I stay here because of the quality of life, and understanding the role that the arts plays in that. And in continuing to diversify your funding. I think your intentional efforts in your partnerships and how you're showing up in your work with others is helping you, when you're fundraising, draw in more supporters. And so I applaud you on really building your fundraising arm and diversifying your revenue sources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from Ms. Van Landijk? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hines.
Outside agency, we have Christy Baumann with UCS. One thing that I do want to point out is in a prior revisit list, we did have the incorrect amount for the Human Service Fund. We had, I believe, 162,000 and some change. The actual budget amount, which is the same as last year, is 170,600. So I just wanted to make that note. It is in your new revisit list, and it will be revised in the final budget book, just with changes in where things were placed. That was not carried over. All right, with that.
All right, bringing it home. I'm Christy Boffman, Executive Director for United Community Services. I want to thank Chairman Kelly and the commissioners for the opportunity to present today. Happy to share with you what our mission and vision are for UCS. We really do work towards a community where people's needs are understood. You kind of see that in the data that we produce, where resources are used wisely, the resource allocation work that we do, and then just making sure that we're working to improve the overall health and well-being of everybody in our community. Next slide. So we do this in three primary ways. Education and advocacy. I think that folks here in this room have probably seen the fact sheets that we produce and some of the reports and white papers that we put out. We do this to really illuminate needs and challenges within our community so that we can understand them better, so we can respond to them better. Mobilizing and planning. We work hard to bring people together around challenges. So you would have seen this in the work that we did related to our housing study and some of the work that we've done, for instance, with our continuum of care on homelessness. And then finally, with targeted resource allocation, this includes our administrative role on behalf of the Human Service Fund and the Substance Use Continuum of Care Fund. Both of these are really extraordinary funds, pooled dollars from the county and jurisdictions across the county that contribute to the overall health and well-being of folks in our community. Next slide. So excited to talk about some of the accomplishments that we had in the last year. It's hard to beat this top one. We helped lead the passage of House Bill 2357. In fact, if you visit our social media page today, you'll see our ceremonial signing with the governor, and Commissioner Fast was with us that day, so I'm sad that she's not here. This was very exciting. For us, I know we talk a lot about housing at UCS. This was a particular victory in terms of thinking about upstream solutions, right? So promoting housing stability and preventing homelessness while we're looking at upstream solutions. So we think about how do we solve the housing challenges that we face? Well, it's not one thing, it's lots of things, and this is one of the things. So we're very excited that this passed. For folks who don't know, today, if you have an eviction in the state of Kansas, it stays on the public record for your entire life, forever. But on July 1st, that changes. If you have an eviction that is over 3 years old and you've satisfied the terms of that eviction, you can have it expunged from your record, basically for the cost of a certified letter. So very excited. This will impact thousands of Kansans on day one. We're in the process of doing a rollout. We're working with Kansas Legal Services, United Ways across the state state of Kansas, putting together fact sheets and frequently asked questions so that people know exactly how this will work and how they can get it done on day one. We also this year continue to expand the Kansas Housing Advocacy Network. This was a key component of how we kind of got this bill passed. This last legislative session, we had 18 housing bills that were sponsored by 7 different legislators, 5 Republicans and 2 Democrats. So a bipartisan group of folks sponsoring those bills. 7 of them had hearings, and of course we got 1 passed. We submitted over 100 pieces of testimony with our partners statewide. So this was a big push for us in terms of how we promote our public policy solutions and how we're doing that, leading from Johnson County across the state of Kansas. We launched the Advocacy Academy. This is a 12-hour, 2-day training that really sets out to show that everybody's an advocate. You can be an advocate no matter who you are, and you can have an impact no matter where you are in the state or in your stage of life. This is something that we've done in Topeka, Wichita, Johnson County. We just did one in Manhattan. We're getting ready to do another one in Topeka in the fall, and we'll do another one in Wyandotte. This has been also something that has been kind of amazing for us to watch. I have a story that I like to share about a woman who attended Advocacy Academy in Wichita. She was living in transitional housing, just coming out of homelessness. She wasn't totally sure if she belonged in the room, but she totally did. She showed up at our Capitol Hill Day, raring to go, ready to talk to her legislators. She told me she had set herself a 2-year goal to run for office herself. So watching people kind of evolve in terms of how they feel equipped and able to be advocates has been amazing, and it's a really exciting piece of work that we've gotten to do this year. We continue to provide data, information related to housing or safety net, publishing different kinds of reports, again, to illuminate need and challenges in Johnson County. We continue to lead the continuum of care on homelessness. This is almost 75 organizations working together. Our HUD grant for that group reached over $1 million in the last funding cycle. And then we continue to work for the implementation of Built for Zero, which ultimately aims for functional zero homelessness here in Johnson County. And then we also are now leading the affordable housing portion of the county health improvement plan. So UCS is a lead agency working towards achieving the goals that have been set out as part of that community health improvement plan. Next slide. This is data from 2024. We just wrapped up our 2025 audit. It has not been approved by our board yet. It will be next week. As soon as it is, it'll be available on our website, but it's not much different from what you're looking at right now. I do want to draw attention to the fact that we have worked very hard to diversify our sources of funding. You can see here government grants, which includes the community planning grant from the county, make up about 1/3 of our budget. That also includes the money that we get from HUD. That includes CDBG funds as well, and you can see the foundation grants now make up about 1/3 of our budget as well. In terms of our community planning grant, we're looking at level funding. It's the same amount that we've asked for the past 4 years, so no change there. I am going to touch on the Human Service Fund and Substance Use Continuum of Care Fund, but very briefly. But before I do that, I wanted to kind of outline need. This data comes from our safety net fact sheet that we released last month. A lot of people recognize Johnson County as an extraordinary and an affluent community. And that often masks the need that we have in Johnson County. So I think it's important for us to kind of reflect that we have over 40,000 people in Johnson County living below the federal poverty level. We've got 56,000 people who are food insecure. And we know that 1 in 12 children in Johnson County live below the federal poverty level. And a data point that I find really interesting and compelling also is that we're looking at about 20% of people in Johnson County who are renters who pay half of their income on housing every month. Next. So another thing for us to consider, I know other folks have mentioned it in their presentations, but we continue to see uncertainty and reduction in funding from state and federal levels. And of course, we see the impact of inflation on everything that we do. It raises the costs of services for our partners. It makes things a little bit more difficult in terms of increasing need as well. Next. So Human Service Fund, requesting level funding, the same amount as last year, $170,600. Again, this is a pool of dollars from the county and our jurisdictions, and it's actually a really extraordinary fund that kind of just out of the goodness of our hearts, our jurisdictions pool this money. It's just over $500,000, and it works to improve economic self-reliance, community safety, and in 2025, it impacted 65,000 residents in Johnson County. We do have a funding gap of about $100,000 every year, and this just kind of speaks to the need versus resources. Next slide. Yeah, there we go. 2027 Substance Use Continuum of Care Fund. This is made up of two pools of funding. So Alcohol Tax Fund, Opioid Settlement Fund. So for the county, it's $243,000 for Alcohol Tax Fund, $100,000. I think Tim DeWeese spoke to this earlier from Opioid Settlement Funds. In 2025, over 90,000 residents were impacted by this fund. For 2027, we plan to use $20,000 in accrued interest as well as funds that were unused. Sometimes folks don't spend the funds that they're allotted, and so any funds that they're awarded will just go back into the pool. So this is kind of what the county's contributions look like from 2023. OSF, as Tim DeWeese mentioned earlier, really came into play in 2024 and 2025. And I will stand for questions.
Well, Ms. Boffman, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for UCS's work, much of which is reflected in this. But as you mentioned, the Community Health Improvement Plan, the continuum of care built for zero, not necessarily fully reflected here. But thank you very much for the partnerships. My question has to do with, we talk about Human Services Fund. We're asking for level funding. Can you tell me about that fund specifically? What other partners, has the funding all been level from all partners? Or how has that grown or contracted over the past, let's say, 2-3 years?
Yeah, I can actually, I had a slide that showed that earlier, and I took it out to make it a little bit more brief. We do a more in-depth presentation on this in the fall. We typically are on a pretty regular schedule of asking jurisdictions for increases. One, because everything costs more all the time, and need increases, unfortunately, all the time. So we approach each jurisdiction that contributes to both the Human Service Fund and the Substance Use Continuum of Care Fund every year or every other year, depending on where they are. So we're not necessarily asking everybody for increases, but we might alternate every year. And so we'll go before their city councils and we will ask for those increases. Some of them do increase, some of them don't. It's tight for everybody right now, so we're seeing a kind of a mix of yeses and nos.
Mm-hmm. No, and the reason I ask is I would expect that when you come to us with requests, not only this year, but future years, that while I appreciate level funding, you face the same realities that we face.
Yeah.
And we recognize good work where it's being done, and we want to make sure that we're partnering in a way that still has that impact and the outcomes for the people of Johnson County in a way that UCS has a great track record of providing those outcomes. And so I don't want to jeopardize those just by arbitrary level funding.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hanslick?
I don't have a question, but I just do like to always remind people how fortunate we are in Johnson County to have a UCS. I've been involved with UCS for many years in previous roles, and when I've gone to different conferences or meetings around the state or even around the country, people are amazed that Johnson County has the United Community Services to bring together all of these different components that you had mentioned. And the outcome is we have targeted, efficient use of our funds to help the most vulnerable people in our community. So thank you for doing that hard work. It just gets harder and harder. And it's a real privilege that we have UCS in our community. So.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ashcraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question is probably to Ms. Symes. Every year in the budget, I struggle a little bit with getting a whole picture on UCS expenditures. Some of it is under countywide support, and then there are these grants and pieces. And if my math is correct, and I don't think it is, it looks like the total of funds that go either directly or through UCS is about $640,000. And I'm just wondering, is there a reason why we don't consolidate that flow of funds to show the impact and commitment that the county and UCS have with one another? Why do we present it in pieces? And I'm not trying to make that sound negative, but it makes it very hard for me to get there and say, well, how much is that? And your presentation covered a lot of it, but why do we do it this way?
So the reason is because a lot of their funds, we have the Human Services Fund and Community Planning. Those are county tax dollars that are going to UCS. The other two funding sources are separate funds in separate revenue sources. There's an alcohol tax fund. That's a specific revenue source by statute. It comes into the alcohol tax fund, and then we actually distribute it to UCS to disperse and manage those funds. And so by statute and by county rules, we have to segregate those funds from the county funds. The same with the opioid funds. Any expenditures for that fund has to be spent in that fund. So we have to reflect it, that 100,000 that we transfer or that we give to UCS, it has to show that expense in that opioid fund. And so that is why they're segregated. We could have an overall, but yeah, you are correct. When you look at that total, it's the county tax support, alcohol tax funds, which is a separate statute, and then opioid funding, which is also separate funding. It's just those three buckets go to UCS to manage.
And the legalities of it, I respect, but to show it as a pass-through, that they are grants, but just to have someplace that we can refer to and identify.
Okay. We can look at that for the future, especially with our new budget book. We can look at different ways of showing that.
More of a suggestion. So,
Okay.
Ms. Brauman, sorry. Just recognizing how the role of UCS has changed over the years in terms of advocacy and development. Have you had any consideration of looking at and maybe revisiting your mission statement to kind of incorporate that expanded or enhanced role that it appears that UCS has been assuming for at least the last 5 years, since you've been in charge?
3. We are actually in the middle of...
That's a little dig, I apologize.
We are actually in the middle of a strategic planning process right now. I don't anticipate changing the mission statement. I still find our mission statement to be really relevant. In fact, I'm always using that as a touchstone in any of the work that we do. So I don't envision changing that, but we definitely are in the middle of strategic planning process and thinking about, what is UCS, 3 years from now going to look like. But I don't anticipate changing the mission statement. I still think it's relevant, and it is something that I still work towards all the time in our programming.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellenbrand?
Thank you, Chair. And you get an A+ for how fast you went through that presentation. I could not follow, but you did a really good job. And I do really appreciate, this, because when I was first involved with UCS, that shows how old I am, it was totally different. And it's changed. And every time I sat through one of these, I learned something a little bit different of what's going on. So I appreciate this. Could you help me understand? I thought I heard you say that you sent out a safety net fact sheet. So what is that?
So as you know, we publish a variety of fact sheets throughout the year. So looking at data related to housing or data related to different age groups or different populations within Johnson County. And the Safety Net fact sheet really looks at who is using what services that we consider to kind of be the safety net. So whether it is housing supports, SNAP benefits, WIC, free and reduced lunches. There's also a section just related to Johnson County services. So looking at mental health services, disability services, area Department of Aging. So it's a real kind of comprehensive look at that essentially describes what the need is by telling us who's using what services.
So it's like a survey that you send out and you get the information from the people and then you put it together?
A lot of it is me reaching out to different folks. So sometimes reaching out to Tim DeWeese to get data on how many people.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Murr.
Yes, I'm just going to do a little bit of historical clarity on a couple of things, just so if we're going to change some budgeting reports that we see, that we're mindful, and I'm sure you're already aware of this, for the alcohol tax fund funding, it's actually in statute that a county that receives the per drink tax has to use a third-party entity in order to allocate those funds. So when we think about what goes to what UCS does on that behalf and those dollars are going to change year over year based on the number of per drink sales, and they've gone up and down because they went.
Right now they're going
I was going
way
to say they
up.
went down because once cities reach 6,000 population or more, that alcohol tax fund goes directly to the city and not to the county.
Yeah.
But then they went up because during pandemic, there was a statute change that allowed bars not to have 30% of their gross receipts coming from food sales. So you can have, just so but that number isn't a number UCS asked for. That's really a number you're informed about based on county collections. And county is like I said, is by state statute has to use a third-party agency. And I think they've been using UCS since about 1981. And then when we talk about advocacy, I would say that right now, as a 501c3, not more than 25% of your budget can be used for advocacy. Is that accurate?
We have the H election as well. And so are there bourbon drinkers in the room? So all bourbons are whiskeys, but not all whiskeys are bourbons. So all lobbying is advocacy, but not all advocacy is lobbying.
Yep.
So it comes down to the lobbying, right, and what the requirements are. And so we're very fastidious in terms of how we record our lobbying costs. And even so, with the uptick of the work that we're doing, we're pretty far from reaching any kind of limit in our budget for what we would have to kind of stop spending on advocacy and lobbying.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Linebrand was asking about the fact sheets. I just looked on your website, and it says there are 44 of them listed on the website as we speak. So there's a lot of information there. I go to those
I think that's
often.
just for the last 5 years.
Yes,
as well,
that's that. But there's a lot of information there.
I appreciate the work that you do. I appreciate also the slide that you've given to us that we've seen before regarding the need in Johnson County. And it's always good to reflect upon that, and just the number there shouldn't be lost upon us. If you take that number of folks who live below the federal poverty line in Johnson County, just those folks together, that's the 11th largest county in the state of Kansas.
Yeah.
So there is absolute need here. Appreciate your help addressing it.
Thank you.
I don't see further questions, so we're going to let you go.
All right, thank you.
So at this time, what I'd ask is that if anyone has revisits from either the outside agencies that we heard from today or additional revisits from the presentations this morning, could you mark them? We'll take a short break, allow Mark to calculate whether or not there are additions to our revisit list. And then we will come back in approximately 10 minutes and address the revisits. Robin, anything further we need to do at this moment?
Nope, not in this moment.
Okay, well then, thank you so much. All right, thank you, everybody, very much. We are at the point of the budget process where we're going to be discussing the revisit list. And I know that it is late in the day and that people are probably dealing with other obligations that are coming up, but an important part of the process. And so I appreciate everybody's time and discussion at this point. We have added one to the revisit list, so there are 5 topics there. However, if there are additional topics we need to discuss, speak now. So, Robin, I'm happy to facilitate, or if you would like to facilitate the introduction of a particular topic, by all means.
Okay, well, the first item on the revisit list, it received 5 commissioners who would like to revisit it. It's Department of Emergency Services for 1 emergency management specialist. That was not funded in the proposed budget. And we do have representatives from the department here if there are any questions.
All right, thank you. I'll say I did mark this as a revisit, understanding the needs that we have for our staff, and the increase in call volume that we have seen. As we grow our county, the needs that we've had for public safety continue to grow, making sure that we have the right people to take care of our department is particularly important. I understand that we are not able to always find everything we want every year, but in terms of the level of importance that the people of Johnson County place on public safety, the duty that we have to our employees in MedAct and EMS, I appreciate the opportunity to continue discussing this. Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Chair. I also marked this, but it was with the reasoning of I wanted to be able to discuss, in my feeling, out of all the items on revisit, this was the one that I thought, to me, was the most important. But in saying that, because it is a tax-paid position and ongoing, and we are in a FTE or we are in a hiring freeze, that makes me say that, freeze means freeze to me. And so I would have a hard time supporting it. But I think it's a very important position. And again, if there was an item out of all of our lists, this is the one that I most wanted to be able to fund.
Commissioner Ellenbrand?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I didn't mark that, but Commissioner Myers, I agree with you. If anything, off this entire list, and I'm not sure exactly what this person does, so I'd have to defer to the county manager about what this person is doing. And you're right, there is a freeze, and is this something that's needed? So I would like to have your input. I know you're the one that's in control and didn't fund this, which makes it very, very difficult when you're trying to do a budget and you have to be the one that says no.
Do you want me to respond to that?
Please.
Okay, sure. So as we put together this budget, I feel like we've worked with each of our departments to put the priority items into the budget. And I agree, it is an important budget, it is an important position. I think it would be rise to the top of the list in a future budget would be my recommendation. But it is on the needs list, and I would put it in the bucket of future needs, and it would be towards the top.
Sorry, Robin, looks like you wanted to respond there. So this was the #1 request from DES. And I think that's also one of the reasons that I marked it, and as they were prioritizing, they ranked this #1. While I appreciate the hiring freeze for positions that are vacant, the reason that we're doing that, yes, resources, but also to be able to evaluate the veracity of the positions and the services we provide and what the outcomes look like. I feel like that's what we're doing now. So to me, that's not the ultimate rationale for not adjusting positions that may be important from policy level outcomes that we are working toward. So while I appreciate that point that's been made, to me, that does not preclude us from making the right policy decision regarding emergency services. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I support the manager's recommendation, but having said that, this is an EMS responsibility, and EMS does have the flexibility in setting reimbursement rates. So those costs could be covered with some adjustment in those reimbursements rates.
Can I clarify?
Am I incorrect?
So Department of Emergency Services has MedAct, it has Emergency Communications, which is dispatch, it has.
This is EOC.
Emergency Management.
I am
It's
incorrect.
Emergency Management position.
Whose department is this?
This is
Department of
Dan- this is
Emergency
Dan.
Services.
This is not.
So
No,
MedAct is a
you're right.
division.
So, well, I still stand with your recommendation.
Commissioner Burke.
Thank you, Chair. I did mark this as revisit, and really this is also my number one thing on the revisit list. Absent the request from our county manager around the facility issue that's on the revisit list, that sounds more like a communication, a little bit of a mix-up than that should have been in the budget, maybe in the first place. The reason I wanted this to be on the revisit list, and I have the PowerPoint from that meeting pulled up, just to refresh folks, this position strengthens the support for mission-critical emergency management systems, including Notify Joco, Web EOC, the outdoor warning system, the continuity of operations planning platform, and emergency operations center. And I see where Commissioner Myers is coming from regarding a hiring freeze is a hiring freeze. My only caveat to that is the pause in hiring. When the full definition of the pause, or the full kind of like parameters of the pause, is we do that and we only make exceptions when it's determined that the position is expressly needed. And in the conversation for this particular position, because this presentation was at the same grouping as EMS, and I believe I asked a question because there was a position in EMS and I wondered, could that do some of this role as well? And it really could not. So when I think of our changing weather patterns and we're in our second or third year of seeing more significant weather disruptions, frankly, I just think this position, we have a demonstrated need for what it looks like when we have a stronger storm, a longer rain event, a higher wind event than historically was our weather patterns. And it only takes one of those and not be able to be as mission critical as we want to be. And our cost for that is going to be far exceed the cost to have this person in place and have the preparation in place. So that would be my rationale.
I think in the interest of fairness, there are 5 topics here. I'd like to have an opportunity to discuss the 5 topics before taking any action or deferring any action with any finality. So if that's all right with everybody, let's hear and discuss these items so that we can take them holistically. Is that fair? Okay. Let's go to the second item then.
Okay, the second item is the facilities energy efficiency measures. This had $500,000 of ongoing funding. There was $352,000 that was requested one time that was not included in the proposed budget. However, as the county manager mentioned, she would recommend at this point, after learning of other information, that it would be included in the budget with the use of reserves.
Okay. So additional one-time funding to complete the totality of a project that will have a less than 10-year payback. I think it hits the metric for me. And if we wanted to do this at a later time, it would be much more expensive than handling this project altogether. Go ahead, Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your summary. Could I ask for a little bit additional clarification? I see Mr. Bowden is in the audience. Is there a project list that currently exists, and the chair indicated he thought that the payback was less than 10 years? I had some recollection that it was closer to 5, but I may be mixing. The day's been long and my memory is getting foggy, as was obvious from the earlier exchange. What are or can you offer any specifics on what these two, the one-time and the ongoing, well, let's start with the one-time.
Yeah, absolutely. Tony Barron, Director of Facilities Management. So the one-time will allow us to continue to do audits as we move forward. Every year we want to get on an audit cycle. There's a 7-step process for a level 2 ASHRAE audit. So the $500,000 allows us to not only do the audits, but to pick the smaller projects out of that on an ongoing basis to do those. This particular year for the one-time, speaking to the 352, the one-time 352, we happened to just get a large project that fit within that EEM definition, which is uncommon, and that's why the 352 is one time. We do have additional projects, Olathe Adult Detention Center.
Excuse me, so what is the ROI on this one project?
6 years.
6 years. I thought it was closer to 5, so, okay. Thank you. That's what I needed to know.
No, less than 10 standard. This one's closer
No,
to
I
5.
know.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. This was the only other revisit that I put on, and it was because of the direction of the county manager, and it made sense to me. So I'm in favor of this item.
Any further comments, questions related to this item? Go ahead, Jeff.
May I ask for clarification, Mr. Commissioner Myers? You're in favor of the one-time and/or the ongoing?
The one time is what
So it's the one time you're in favor of? Okay, thank you.
If I could clarify, the 500,000 is built into the budget. The 352 is what I was recommending to revisit to add to one time.
Okay.
Go ahead, Shirley.
So it says partial
Or
funding.
Michael.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
okay, Shirley.
The partial fund, and when I say partial funding, just to clarify, partial funding because we did put 500,000 ongoing with the reallocation from their utilities budget. The 352,000 was not funded, and so that's
That's
why
what
it was
we're
partial
voting,
funding.
that's what we're considering.
That's what we're talking about.
And that was a miscommunication of our understanding of what the whole project was compared to a partial.
I apologize.
352 is the whole project, or the additional adds.
The entire project is 852.
So it's Michael's turn, so I can go ahead now.
Yeah.
So basically, 352 would be added, and that's with approval, so I would support that.
Okay. Any further questions on this one? Okay, let's talk about the third item.
Okay. The third item is body-worn cameras for corrections. This was not funded. None of the requests for additional resources was funded. It's 490 cameras, I believe, and it's $265,000 one time and $158,000 ongoing for the maintenance and the video and storage.
So I had marked this as revisit. Body-worn cameras are a safety measure for our frontline workers. We provided them to the sheriff's office in past budget years. There's been a request from MEDAC to do the same. I think it's important when we're talking about investments in the safety of our staff that we give them all good due consideration. Again, understanding limited resources, we can't fund everything every year or every request every year, but I think this one's worthy of further discussion. Commissioner Ashcraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A clarification to the manager or Mr. Sullivan. The 90, is that one camera for every employee?
I will let Robert come up and answer that on the makeup of it.
That work the corrections floor?
Robert Sullivan here on behalf of the Department of Corrections. Commissioner Ashcraft, that's not for every employee, so we have shifts, and so that would allow, so for like our facilities, that would allow for the ongoing, the outgoing shift to charge their cameras, and there would be already charged cameras for the incoming shifts.
Okay, so they would be sharing. Okay, thank you.
I know this is not your department, Mr. Sullivan, but with the sheriff's department, they each have their own individual personal camera. Is that correct?
I do not know the answer to that.
I believe that's the case.
I believe that is.
I believe so, just based on charging and in the turnover of shifts. Yeah, I believe that's the case.
Okay. Commissioner Allenbrand?
Thank you, Chair. And I don't know, maybe Aaron Nguyen can answer this, because I know that I heard that Sharice Davis, that in 2027, there's going to be money earmarked, but I think that's for MedAct. And corrections would not follow under that earmarked money, and of course, we'd have to apply for it and get it, so I don't think.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
This has not been recommended by any of the federal representatives.
Yeah, and I do agree with Chairman. I mean, this is a safety protocol and also liability, so it could kind of go either way, but at least a safety precaution.
Commissioner Hanslick?
Thank you. I wondered if Mr. Sullivan could just tell us a little bit more about where this falls in your priorities, how time sensitive this is, how the staff is feeling about it, and if there's been anything that's caused this to rise up to the level it is now.
So I think I have all the questions, so I'll start with the first one. So as far as priorities, we have facility cameras, but we have blind spots. And we also will have, from time to time, investigations that if only we had a body camera that was available that would have picked up audio and been able to show what the interaction was like, that we could have very quickly cleared the investigation. And it's just very important to us to maintain the public's trust, and this would provide for officer safety, accountability, and transparency. And so it's, from that standpoint, it's very important to us. As far as staff, it's mixed reviews. We have staff that think it would be great. We also have a not an insignificant number of staff when we piloted this that expressed concerns, that are just worried about how it's going to be utilized. It's something new. And so those are things that we would work through, that we learned from the 90-day pilot that we did.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Brewer?
Thank you, Chair. So in our budget books, in the tab under request for additional resources, I just have a math question, because that shows body worn cameras ongoing $157,790, right? Which we see on our corrections, that ongoing cost of $157,800. Then it has one-time cost of $107,450. And then it talks about where it would come from, which is reserves, but yet I see a one-time cost of $265,240 in the revisit sheet under this item, and I'm not sure where that number came from.
Yes, that is actually the sum of the 157 and the 107. So we have the purchase price of the equipment themselves that would be a unique one-time cost to actually buy the equipment in 2027. And then the rest of that ongoing amount is the storage, maintenance.
So it's the carry forward cost. So if I do $165,240, I'm committing myself to a go forward cost of $157,800.
Correct.
Okay. And what I'm hearing is you have mixed reviews. What I'm hearing is you have cameras, stationary cameras that have limited sight lines. And you have, it sounds like, distinct situations where a body worn camera would be of value. So I guess my question is, you know, unlike someone who is in the field and is having interactions that may be or may not be able to anticipate what that interaction looks like, in a corrections facility, are you having less spontaneous interactions? In other words, it sounds like there were some distinct categories when a body worn camera would make a huge difference. I guess what I'm trying to get to is there a way to meet in the middle where it's not all the body worn cameras, but it's enough so that on these distinct situations, there's a camera that can be checked, that can be utilized and deployed because this is a highly sensitive situation?
I don't know that, because what would eventually happen would be if there was an adverse interaction and there was conflicting stories on how that action turned out, and in just our luck, the officer would not be wearing a body-worn camera, and it would jeopardize public trust.
It would, because it would make a subjective, did he choose on purpose because he knew or he or she, because they knew what they were stepping into, or was it because they didn't anticipate an unanticipated situation?
Correct.
So I appreciate it. I was trying to, this is not on my revisit list. This was not something that was spoken to in a way that was a high need at this precise juncture. And, you know, quite frankly, I am hopeful that we have some other public safety avenues. I guess that's my other question. Public safety sales tax 1 and 2, is something like this a permissible expense under those previous public safety sales tax?
If it's all right, I'll defer to Mark and Robin.
Not necessarily, that those would be for the facilities themselves, and those are specified in those particular taxes that were authorized. There is a little bit of operating, I believe, but all of those dollars are already being programmed, so it would effectively be something that was being paid for, but this public safety sales tax would become a general fund obligation, so we'd be swapping from one to another.
Okay, thank you.
I might be conflating different things, but in terms of the adult detention center, we are seeing an increased cost recovery there from the, as discussed to us by the sheriff's department. That rate set in stone. If we were to increase that daily rate, whether it be in the adult detention center, residential center, wherever, could that somehow be increased to cover the cost of body cameras?
I think the only entities that you would be able to affect at this point would be the cities, the local boarding charge. My only concern would be what has been communicated to them for 27 budget purposes already, and if we were to increase that amount for 27, just the unintended consequences of what they've done with their budgeting process, but that would be kind of the avenue that would be available, is that particular rate.
Spread across 20 cities. It's a de minimis amount.
I love the phrase. I mean, in terms of the recovery from the state or otherwise, we're already maxed out.
Exactly, we're maxed out.
All right. Commissioner Hanslick, I'm sorry.
Thank you. You mentioned that you have security cameras in the facility. What would be the relative cost of enhancing that system? You know, a one-time upgrade to make sure those blind spots are covered, and you know, whatever else you would need to have that kind of coverage. I know it doesn't equate with body-worn cameras, but it sounds like that might be a possibility in the short term while we seek other funding for this project.
No, I appreciate the question, Commissioner. That's just been a work in progress. And so as we replace cameras from time to time, we do try to replace those with audio enabled cameras. And then we're always trying to work on the blind spots as well. And so if we're going to, we recently have been doing some new construction at the Adult Residential Center, and we use that as an opportunity to make sure blind spots were covered effectively, and that any cameras that didn't need to be replaced, we have been trying to replace those with audio-enabled cameras. And then the other component too that I kind of blew past, I was hyper-focused on the facilities, is also if we did have body worn cameras, my probation officers in the field would also have that extra layer of protection.
Thank you.
Not seeing further discussion on this one at this time. Robert, thank you so much. Let's move on to TTV.
Okay. And next is the Property Tax Relief Program. This is currently funded one time at $500,000. When we say one time, it's funded with general fund reserves. And so that's why we classify it as one time. And Greg Baldwin is here for any questions that you may have.
Well, Mr. Baldwin, thank you. Ms. Meekerberg, thank you. I talked about my thoughts about this when we were in the department presentation. I marked it at revisit because I think there's an opportunity to better hone this program with the needs in Johnson County. I think while some of the concern that I think was expressed on this board, anyone's welcome to tell me that I'm wrong, is that discussing the programming of this during the budget season seemed improper. To me, I think it's the perfect time to do it because 2027 is not yet here. There's going to be plenty of things to talk about between now and when this program would be deployed in 2027. So I think this is a good time to talk about it from a programmatic standpoint. And I think when you look at the need that's in Johnson County, the increased value of homes, the pickup that this program has seen each and every year, I think it's worthy of discussion. I'm happy to eat this elephant however folks would like to, whether we talk about overall funding, the time periods in which funds are or applications are reviewed and funds are distributed. I'd also like to talk about those who are part of the program 1 year and then they're home or whatever metric slips, and then therefore they're ineligible for the program, and that creates a hardship for those who had participated in the program the year before. So whatever folks would like to discuss, I'm here for it, and I appreciate marking this for a revisit. Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you. I marked it also, and I think the program details you brought up are very important. I think for me, it was more I think it's past its pilot project stage at this point, and that we should have it as an ongoing investment with whatever details we want to put in that program as far as timing and eligibility. But I think it fits so well into our priority of housing. The best way to address homelessness is to prevent it, and while a return of 20 to 25% of someone's total property tax bill may or may not prevent them from becoming homeless, it certainly could have a potential positive impact on their ability to remain in that home. So I would be glad to discuss further details, but I feel like it should be an ongoing program. I don't know what the standard is for a pilot project, but I think this one has gone past that.
I agree. Commissioner Allenbrand? And then Commissioner Ashcraft.
And I think Myers had his hand up as well.
I'm sorry, Myers.
That's okay. So this is funded for 2026, is that correct?
Yes, 26 and 27.
Okay, so I guess I'm having a difficult time because I would like to look at the entire budget, not only of what we have funded to this program, but all the other programs as well. Housing, what is the total amount? And I feel like I'm at, the time of night that I like to have a study session to look at that. So this has already been funded for 2026, 2027, 2027 and 2028, I'm sorry. Is that right?
It's included in the 2027 budget.
But we can visit it early January or February and talk about the whole picture to see if we want to make it for 2027.
For 2028.
For 2028. Oh, never mind. Okay, I see. Okay, so I still don't think I got it. I think I need to go home.
Currently, it was currently funded right now in the 26 budget, and so that program is happening. For 2027, it is included in the county manager's proposed budget. We're utilizing general fund reserves to fund that 500,000.
Okay, but it is in the budget for
It is in the
2027. And
proposed
if we
budget
wanted
for
to
27.
expand it for 2028, then we could after we have a study session.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brewer. Or, I'm sorry, I said that Commissioner Ashcraft was next. My apologies. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was wanting to ask the county manager, we had some conversation about her thinking in terms of the approach on this. Would she mind recounting what that was so I can refresh my memory of what the logic of this one-time funding strategy was, please?
Yes. Well, first I'll say Commissioner Hanslick is right. It's a little bit longer than maybe a typical pilot, partially because we've tried different things and partially because we are looking at the long-term fiscal sustainability. So trying to balance one-time funding with when we have additional revenue sources in the future. So Commissioner Allen Brand is correct that it is included in the 27 budget. And so my recommendation was as we continue to look at, what we need to do for the 28 budget, there's still some more, increasing expenses and the, revenue diversification that needs to be looked at. So my recommendation was do it one time while you look at the overall picture. But if it's, it's a policy choice of whether you want to talk about it going to the ongoing versus one time.
Okay. Oh, just an observation. The challenge with a program like this is it appears to be tax shifting. And if you happen to be an individual that has a home slightly under whatever the limit is any particular year and you qualify, you get some kind of relief. Whether it's enough or not can be debated. But the same person the very next year, because of inflation, assessed value increases, then is not able to qualify. And it's a never-ending cycle because to try to maintain that relief, that amount has to continue to go up and up. It doesn't get at the core issue of the burden of taxation. So it's a challenge. While I don't necessarily agree with the philosophy, I will stand with the manager's recommendation.
And now to Commissioner Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. This is one of those cases I don't want perfect to be the enemy of good. So I'm very happy that the $500,000 is in there. We made some, I think, pretty significant changes in the last go-around where we removed the age limitation and I believe the disability limitation, and we increased the value of the home. And what we saw is what we expected to see. I believe it was in the third or fourth year of its iteration what year of iteration are we on for this?
I believe 3. Yes.
3. So in that third year, we did take action to increase because we had a remaining balance. And that remaining balance was less than the qualified applications that came in with the new change. So we allocated funds to meet the qualifying so that all qualifying applications could be funded. And so I feel the legitimacy of leaving this as a pilot allows us one more cycle. I think there's some other changes that may be of interest. I think this one more cycle will allow us to see where that appetite continues to grow or settle out. And I would advocate that it becomes ongoing funding, but I feel like this additional year of one-time funding at the limit that is set allows us to see, is this really enough? do we want to make other distinct changes and use the second year of data to help inform what that ongoing funding amount then would need to be? So it's not perfect that it's still a pilot. Quite frankly, it's not perfect that it's the amount that it's at, because I would anticipate we'll probably exceed that amount this year with the current limitations. But I don't want, like I said, I don't want perfect to be the enemy of good in allowing us to carry this forward and have a little bit more data set, one more year of data set to help really inform ongoing funding.
So I understand that the day has been long, and we are, I was going to make a comment, but hey, Jeff.
I didn't know. I wasn't leaving it. My technology is not working, so every time I punch this raise hand, it doesn't raise, and I thought maybe you were.
I wasn't moving on yet.
Forward. No, go ahead. You got it. Okay. So I talked about this quite a bit when we talked about it last time. I'm trying to stay away from ongoing funding at this time for a lot of the reasons, and ditto to Commissioner Brewer for the things that she just talked about, because I have some of the same feelings. Not that I don't think it's a good program, I think it's a great program, but there may need to be some adjustments in the next funding cycle and discussion throughout the year. There's a lot of topics that need to be talked about, and so I don't want to get into an ongoing funding at this time. So I'll go along with Commissioner Brewer on that.
I was not going to leave the topic. What I was going to mention was that I understand the day is long, and this is a conversation that could potentially take a while. I get that. One of the things I also recognize is we have very few levers to be able to address property tax relief to our residents. We'll continue to advocate to the state legislature to be able to do more things that allows us to better braid funding streams or better address property taxes holistically. Until we have the partnership with the state, there are very few things that we can do. I also recognize, to Commissioner Hanslick's point, that the best opportunity to prevent people from being housing insecure is to keep them in their homes. I also recognize, to that point, that the cost of law enforcement intervention or other services is significant and probably well in excess of this property tax relief program. So to me, it is also, where do we want to spend our resources in addressing these challenges? I think that this is a better way than law enforcement intervention or court intervention or otherwise, should people fall into those circumstances. All to say, I think there is value in making this a permanent program, to the point that was made by Commissioner Hanslick. I also think there is value in having application periods around both tax payments, because some people do not recognize that the program exists, and there are challenges that happen within the year. And come the December tax payment, people may be in different financial circumstances. So if that's a conversation that people are willing to have now, I would welcome it. If there's not that sentiment at this time, I do appreciate that the funding is here. But I think there's more that we can be doing. All right, doesn't look like there's any appetite for further discussion on that one. Fair enough. Let's go on to ECJC.
The final one is JC Enterprise Center of Johnson County. That was level funding in the county manager's proposed budget. I will note that that Jeff Shackelford did leave, and so he is unaware that he has been placed on the revisit list, and so I just want to make everyone mindful of that as we discuss.
All right. So I appreciate the opportunity of funding entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurial system within Johnson County. I also have a level of confusion and maybe that's not the right word, but I want to better understand how this funding is actually being utilized and what the goals are for funding this outside entity at $682,000 year over year in perpetuity. Understanding the ecosystem is important. It buoys the economy, which buoys the quality of life. I think the economic impact study that we were presented today is a heck of a stretch. And so not only do I have problems tracking it, I think the parts of it that I could track doesn't, to me, directly show impact created by the Enterprise Center of Johnson County. So I think when we look at these other budget challenges or opportunities, whether it be body cameras or emergency management specialists, and I apologize earlier, the MEDAC training captain and emergency management are next to each other on my list, so my notes are somewhat conflated. I still think when you talk about Notify Joco and the storm system we have, those are legitimate funds, and those are county services that are direct county services that we need to provide. So I think it's worthy to continue discussing this. So I appreciate doing it. Commissioner Hanslick?
Thank you. One of the frustrations that I've had since I've been on this board in regard to outside organizations is having worked in the nonprofit world for many years and done a lot of grant writing, the material that's presented to us would never pass a foundation or a funder. It's always frustrating to me that the information we get does not include a full budget. It doesn't have specific questions that the funded entity has to respond to. And while I appreciate everything that the Enterprise Center does, I'm not sure that I'm convinced that this is the right place for the county to put this much money when we have other needs. As the chair said, that we are the only ones that provide emergency services. And there are other entities that provide entrepreneurial support. And so that's one of the questions that's always on a foundation grant application. Is this duplicative of other services? Who else in the community provides this service? And that's a question I ask myself when we are looking at these outside agencies. And I'm not comfortable continuing to fund the Enterprise Center at that level. I would be comfortable reducing that and letting them know that we do expect some additional information in the future. But when we have other parts of our county that we're the only ones that provide that service, to me, that's our first priority. And I think future discussions about what is the county's role and responsibility in economic development is something important. And where are we expected to pick that up where maybe the state has fallen short? So I'm open to discussion of looking at reducing that funding amount.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I can't find my notes, so I'm going to look to the county manager and Ms. Sims to bolster my recollection. But historically, previous boards have always stated and tried to maintain that grant-funded programs, when the grant ends, then the program won't go forward. And we have done that on any number of social service and community programs. In approximately 2015, I believe.
2014, are
Well-
you talking about the additional amount? Well, no, in 2014, we increased their funding from 482,000 to 732,000. But then part of that was one time.
Right.
And then in 2015, that dropped to the 682, and it's been steady.
So it was 200,000.
Yes.
Yeah, I was close. And since then, that program has evolved. And the concern that I have had is not that they don't do good work, but as I stated earlier, it's the fact that we're using taxpayer money that benefit a certain segment of the economy. And ECJC has been very successful, evidently, at what they do. But why not have a business model where they recoup or charge, as mentioned earlier today, for the services they provide? They do track those services. And if there's a customer base, they could very well self-fund. So to Commissioner Hanslick's issue, I would see a reasonable argument to reduce funding to that 2015 level or 2017 level and recoup those monies to be applied to other programmatic needs.
Commissioner Myers, I see a hand there. I apologize about the technology today.
You're good.
Go ahead.
So, again, I don't mind having this discussion, but to me, having it now, after we've brought these people in, we've talked about level funding for all outside agencies, and then to now just pick a number, this is what I was concerned about, to pick a number and throw it against the wall. And when you do pick out that number, you don't know that the organization could come back and say, we can't continue doing what we do. And I look at the good that they do and the rate of the rate of investment, the return on investment, I should say. I'm sitting there saying, show me where we're getting that anywhere else in Johnson County. And then if we have the discussions and we say this can be done this way, or we can figure out something that's going to work differently, then I'm all for that. But not to do that now at this time when we've been given the information that we've been given. We've seen what we've seen. We've talked about these from the beginning of the budget, that these outside agencies were going to be level funded, and that we were going to have a study session in the early fall to discuss how we want to have or create or revise a policy for these organizations. And again, now we're picking out one out of the number that we had, and I'm not satisfied with the reasoning that I'm hearing up here on the dais for reducing their number, and why that number is the right number or a good number. Again, I will be really disappointed in being involved in a government situation where we say we're going to do something and then we turn around and do something different. I'm just big on that. I'm big on doing things the right way. And the right way is for us to talk about it, which we decided that last year during our budget. We said the exact same thing. We said we were going to bring in and talk about all these agencies, and we were going to make some decisions so that they would have an understanding of where we were from a policy situation, and it didn't happen. I'm getting too into emotional, but it's just my feeling that there's a right way to do things, and we should follow that right way.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I have to say, I feel the same way. I had looked at doing something about having the staff coordinate with ECJC to develop an alternative funding scenario for the 2028 budget, to take a look at it. I get, when the budget comes out, when we're looking at things, I get texts from people, well, why are their salaries too high? Now you've become a social, providing all the money to housing and picking and choosing. And so I think that it's hard for me to set up here at 5:45, and we're now deciding who we're going to take money away from and who we're not. But I feel the same way in looking at their budget, that I struggle with why they're not, getting some more fee support, why they're not, and I felt like it was a little bit better budget than what I've seen before, but it's just not very well detailed. But at this point, taking money away when they have that grant and not giving them the opportunity to work with our staff to put something together for 2027, for 2028 budget, for them to work on it, and that we have a study session. I do not like setting up here and then trying to go through this at the late night scenario. So that's just my feeling.
I'm going to give everybody a chance to talk, and then we can circle back. So Commissioner Burr.
Thank you, Chair. I struggle. For the most part, I concur with Commissioner Meyer. I felt it was clear at the April 2nd budget retreat how we were going to approach outside funding this year because of some of the bigger issues that we were dealing with and some of the bigger, quite frankly, cost containment or cost savings that we could address in some of those bigger items. I will tell you, I'm thoughtful of the fact that 70% of our land mass are in cities. What a county's role in economic development has been up for discussion among jurisdictions for a bit, except when it comes to funding organizations like this, and then it's looked to the county to carry that water. I struggle with that philosophy. I would prefer discussion during the off cycle, but I'm also cognizant that this is an organization. I appreciate that they got the Kauffman Readiness Loan and it's a 3-year grant. He didn't indicate, the presenter today did not indicate that if that was a renewable funding source or not. If it were not to be renewed or replaced, and that's a big chunk of the budget to replace. Right now, we represent more than 50% of their budget. We go back to representing more than 80% of their budget. And I get concerned from that aspect because if we were to experience a significant fiscal issue, the lowest hanging fruit, quite frankly, to eliminate on a budget is going to be these outside agencies, and that would be the end of those agencies. Because if you're 60, 70, 80% of an agency's budget, there's not a recovery from that. There's not a plan B. So this has been discussed, subsequent to last year's budget cycle. A number of years ago, outside agencies, and I think it might have been Commissioner Ashcraft, and it might have been around 2018, had asked the question during a budget cycle, do we have any type of paper trail with outside agencies on what our expectations are? And from that became a grant agreement, that contract that was signed subsequent to a funding decision. What never happened on the front end was a grant application. And I would tell you, Commissioner Hanslick and I have spent many years in the nonprofit sector. I concur with you that what we see presented to us is not the same level of rigor of what grant applications look like, but that's also because what's been asked to be presented, and I can say this because I ran one of those outside agencies, isn't that rigor either. But if we had a grant template that had key outcome, key financial data, key information that you want to see from an outside agency as part of your deliberation process, then that grant contract would be built based on what the application is, because you're going to say XYZ is a priority. Your applicant can say how they're going to meet XYZ, and then they're going to sign a contract to that fact. And then you have a little bit more checks and balances, and we simply don't have that. Having said all that, I'm wondering if there's a compromise solution, because I do feel as though this particular organization is one that there's been a lot of questions and not maybe the level of specificity of the information or the ability to track the information and its impact back to the county. Is there an opportunity to pass a 6-month worth of funding with evaluation, with the commitment that we would have the study session and render some decisions moving forward so that there would be access to funding, but I'm not committing a year's worth of funding, and whatever changes in that variances would go back to county reserve, right? I don't know if a mechanism like that is even permissible in this process, even makes sense in this process, but I'm trying to find a pathway that kind of splits hairs.
No, I understand. And what I was trying to say earlier, and I probably said ineloquently to Commissioner Allenbrand's point, I understand that people feel up against the wall at this very moment, and it's 10 of 6, and the closed captioners are going to leave pretty soon. They're already staying late for us. So we are on a shot clock. What we are trying to do here is address, after the department presentations, those things that a number of commissioners have expressed additional conversation and desire on. Really what we need to do, and Robin, please correct me if I'm wrong, is we're looking to set the max amount, and then after that max amount has been set, we can still make reductions at a later time if folks feel that those are necessary. We just need to include anything that we might want to be funded at this point, set that max expenditure, and then be able to find reductions, or if we want to either reduce overall or find other things that we'd want to fund with those reductions. Am I saying that fairly enough?
And let me start off by saying the benefit of the situation that we're in, everything on the revisit list is in the general fund. And as we know, when we publish our budget, we publish the maximum operating expenditures, but we also publish our reserves. And so we can come forward to you July 16th with a maximum expenditure. Again, at this point, we've been given direction that it would be a flat mill levy, which is with a set maximum property tax amount. And so with that, though, and as we've discussed, and I've discussed with Penny, is let's say that the emergency management specialist was included. At this point, we know that as an ongoing commitment. And so through the fall, as we've talked about, we will continue to look for efficiency, savings, and areas where we can reallocate resources to minimize any additional property tax. So that would be our path to fund that as we move forward, if that was the board direction. For facilities, that's an easier one. That's reserves. We're already budgeting that. The board gave us direction. We can include that, and then if you decide to change your mind later, it's still the reserves. We're just not going to allocate it to that project. As far as corrections, again, that is a large ongoing and one-time piece. We would look for reallocations for that, or we would offer alternatives to that funding, or alternative pieces of that request until we could find other revenue sources. For instance, as we talked about MedAct, currently they only have cameras for their tactical paramedics. For corrections, you could also look at a subset similar to MedAct, such as the field officers who are actually out there interacting with their people. But those are decisions that can be made if you wanted to have a special session, even after we set the maximum. We do have to set the maximum on July 16th because we have to get our revenue neutral rate, intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate to the county clerk by July 20th. However, if the board wanted to have it, and I'm speaking kind of out of turn. So
I want to
I'll let
add.
Penny jump
Yes. When you're done.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, go ahead.
What I would recommend that you consider if there's one that you need, one or two that you're really needing to chew on some more, then maybe include it if it's not already included. But the more direction you could give today on where you are with these would be helpful. You do have the option of waiting, but you guys have the fresh discussion. You kind of know where you are on many of these things, it sounds like, or close to it. So I would recommend that you consider the 5 things here?
Yes.
And if you're ready to make a decision on all but one or whatever you're not comfortable with, would help us, because I think just pushing off all the big decisions would not be the preferred situation unless you just don't feel comfortable doing it at this hour.
Commissioner Brewer, I interrupted your question. Did you want to go next? I see your hands up.
Absolutely. I still have one question on the math for corrections. 107,000 is the one-time cost. 157,008 is the ongoing cost. So in that number of 265,240, you're adding the one-time and the ongoing. So doesn't that suffice for budget year 2027? And really that next amount of 157,8, that's just informing me what I'm going to have to commit to in 2028.
Yes.
So really the amount I'm looking at in that corrections line item is the 265,240.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I felt like I was missing something, so thank you.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Commissioner Hansel was first.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hansel.
Well, I know we've moved on a bit, but I did want to speak again to the ECJC and just say that I feel that we've had enough discussions about their budget, that they've had plenty of notice that we are expecting changes and that they should not be counting on anything prior to our budget decision-making. So I don't have any problem using during budgeting time, which is what we're supposed to be doing, considering revisions. I don't feel that that's, to me, this is when we do that. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to commend Commissioner Myers for his passion on the issue. I understand his arguments. The question for us is, what is the role and expectation of this meeting and the intent of it? I'm comfortable with the debate. Commissioner Myers has a different opinion, and I respect that. I don't disagree. But there are these outliers, and I believe this is one, as Commissioner Hanslick has pointed out, has been an issue for some time and needs to be addressed. I'm glad to address it now, but the majority will rule, obviously, Mr. Chairman. And, Mr. Chairman, I had one other item that I'd like to add on at the appropriate time. It's not necessarily a vote item, it's a process item.
Fair enough. Further discussion, we are still discussing ECJC. So are there further discussions on ECJC at this time? Commissioner Brewer.
So just thank you, Chair. Just a question. If a motion were to be made on changing the funding level from the county budget to ECJC, would that motion take into consideration the stipulation that when asked on the match on the Kaufman Loan Readiness Grant, the understanding and the answer that was given is it would be a dollar for dollar match on that grant? It would need at a minimum, $345,000 in the 2027 cycle in order to fulfill the obligation under which they signed the commitment to the grant, which they would have done the year before, since this is the second year of that grant.
Well, I think I understand what you're saying, but to the same point, do they not have the one-for-one match on the Women's Business Center funding?
Their Women's Business Center grant is $150,000. So I guess my question is whatever dollar amount would be contemplated by the body, I would want the body to be mindful that we are not only impacting the dollar amount from the county to ECJC, but we could potentially be impacting grant contracts that they've already committed to because of the obligation for the match on the grant side. That's all I'm reflecting on, and I'm just asking the question because the question was asked of the leader of ECJC on what the grant requirement was on that Kaufman Loan Readiness Grant, and the answer was one for one, which I'm assuming is dollar for dollar. I don't know. I have not had a lot of grants that are a dollar for dollar match, but I mean, I have to take it at face value. So that would just make that lower threshold be 345. I don't know what their Small Business Administration grant, if they have to have local match to qualify for the grant or not, and what percent that match has to be.
My understanding is that it does require an annual match. I'm not sure what the component is, but assuming it would be 1-to-1, you would have $495,000 of essentially matching funds as they're included in their 27 request.
That would allow them not to lose those dollars in addition to whatever reduction that this body may determine that they would have.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. I don't like the idea that ECJC is not here to be able to respond to some of these things, but I will argue when I hear these points being made that ECJC has been told many times of what they need to do or what the expectations are. I would argue that profusely because, again, I don't know what that would be because I think if they were told something specifically by this governing body, they would either say, yes, we can do that, or no, we can't. And that's never been, again, in my recollection, I know we've had discussions with ECJC and all of the outside agencies from time to time, and we've talked to several of them about different items, but again, I don't know what that would be or what that answer is of what that expectation. I can't recollect anything along those lines.
So building upon what Commissioner Myers just said, and maybe this was a process question that Commissioner Ashcraft was going to mention, maybe not. When we have funded these outside agencies and it's a line item year over year, as opposed to, say, a grant, and I know that Commissioner Brewer has had great conversation about this, so I don't want to be stealing thunder by any means, but the idea shouldn't be us or them asking us, well, what do you want us to do? It should be, well, here's what we're doing, fund this. And so maybe that's part of my concern with ECJCs. They stepped up for the county in a lot of different ways, whether it be distributing COVID funds, whether it be helping with childcare, and to a lesser extent, putting information for the World Cup on a website. But when we have asked them to do these things, they've stepped up. That's great. But what are we funding them to do year over year, and what is their goal year over year? That's the part that I struggle with. Understanding that they're not here to rebut that statement, here's my suggestion, is that to Mr. Dapp's earlier point, or to Robin's earlier point, forgive me, that we can include the amount of funding in the max expenditure. And then as the year moves forward, have a more robust study session regarding ECJC, and then ask that they work to present us with those outcome-specific deliverables for future years, and to potentially work with our staff to come up with a plan that would otherwise help ECJC. And that we conclude that sometime in the fall, so that we can, for once and for all, say that we have had that conversation and that we're not just kicking this can down the road year over year over year. Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Chair. And should we not be doing that for all outside agencies?
Well, that's the process question. Yeah, is how best are we going to go forward in funding these agencies to fund them, and for what? I think it's pretty clear with some of these other agencies what we're funding and what we're receiving. That's the gap for me right now with ECJC. And so I think we need to address that. And if there's a better process by the way we need to address that, let's do that. I mean, we had a study session last fall regarding economic development. I think maybe there's more that we need to do specifically to this agency, because I think it is an outlier in the 5 that we saw today. That's my opinion. Commissioner Ashcraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to respond to you and Commissioner Myers with yes and yes. I would expand it though, Mr. Chairman, and I want to offer this respectfully. Since I've been on the commission, staff has made remarkable progress in terms of the form of the budget presentation, particularly as it relates to KPIs. And I appreciate that, considering what it was just 10 years ago. It's remarkably improved. I would argue, though, that the substance of those KPIs varies significantly between departments and programs, and sometimes even within programs, and would really encourage the budget department and the county manager to set meaningful parameters and expectations so that commissioners and the public can see what the outcomes are and the value received for these programs. Somewhat related, but more refined, obviously, than what some of these outside programs are doing. But those outside programs, they're where we were 10 or 15 years ago. Well, maybe 20 or 30 years ago, but to come up to a level of performance expectation, and I would encourage staff, the budget department, to establish those parameters and educate us in terms of what they mean and how to use them, how to interpret them, because that has a significant impact on whether or not they are worthy of funding from time to time. And I would encourage that across the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
And I'll make it quick. And so, Commissioner Myers, I agree with you, and, maybe it's my fault. I mean, I'm the liaison, and I can't attend every meeting because I do have conflicts, and I have shared with them that, we're looking at all entities, but have I gone forward to create a meeting or put a meeting together? I have not done that. I do like what Commissioner Brewer said about the grant writing, but I think what one agency does, they all should provide that as the presentation goes forward. And I probably am more pro having some sort of economic development. Is that the right? I don't know. But you look at my district and you look at what's growing, and I know other people have other things going on as well, but we have a company that's coming in that's going to be another 5,000 employees that's going to top Panasonic. And we've got to be involved with the hockey team and other things going on. And, I think we have to, as a county, we have to do something. So I don't want to see everything go away, but so that's my comments. I just think that we need to set a parameter for how the things are are coming forward for each outside agency, and they all need to be the same.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. No, I appreciate your proposal of moving forward. Just two things I wanted to mention was, again, with ECJC, we are currently funding 57% of their entire budget. That's a huge percentage. And we have had these conversations with them and have, in my experience, have made it plain, we need to see you reduce your dependency on the county funding. And we're not, and I didn't hear anything to that effect today. But I think it's been clear, you need to figure out how to reduce your dependency, because we're not going to continue to fund this at this level forever. And so I appreciate that we need to do something to stop kicking that can down the road. The other thing that we might want to have as part of that conversation is who aren't we funding? What organizations have not had the opportunity to request county funding? Why these agencies in particular? And I'm not arguing against funding them, but for example, in other counties, they fund their domestic violence shelter, at least partially. Or they fund other kinds of services that are considered part of public safety. We don't do that. Why? Or why not? We've never had that discussion. So I think this is a good discussion to have, especially as we're looking at all of the pressures on our budget. I think we have to make hard decisions. So I look forward to those discussions.
Commissioner Burr.
So I might be getting into the weeds, but as I look at our revisit list, and as I look at maybe appetite to do some things on that revisit list, I want to be mindful that right now, not only are we recommending a flat mill levy, but really for all intents and purposes, our budget is flat. So any changes we make in this, changes that algorithm as well. And I just wonder if and once again, I'm getting in the weeds on technical, so I'm gonna just dip in and then I'm gonna jump out just as a suggestion. I'm concerned enough with especially ECJC that if we choose to fund them at the level of requested, so level funding, and we are committed to a revisit as we, before we ever get into the 2028 budget, do we want to take some of that funding to ECJC, pull it out of one-time funding to free up some ongoing funding for some of these other priorities, so that we're not doing a maximum budget that is also at a higher amount significantly than what was originally proposed by the county manager. I don't know if that's even a valid
The one thing that
option.
I mentioned before, again, is let's just take facilities energy efficiencies. We will budget our reserve amount. If the board decides to put that into the 2027 proposed budget, I will remove it from my reserves and I will put it into facilities. So it just shifts.
Right.
That's
It's a
an
net
example.
neutral.
The others are, yes, but.
Can I add to that? So I think you're correct in that it'll change what we have to do for future years if you change the one time and ongoing. What I might suggest, and I don't know if you guys are ready or if you feel like if you have sufficient time, is to find out the level of interest by a vote of the top four, unless you're already, that might be one path, and Chair or Commissioners, you may not be ready to do that. But then you have an idea of how much you're working with, of what the priorities of those four are. I'm not sure if you guys landed on ECJC or if that's still up in the air. Maybe one affects the other.
Yeah, I don't think we landed on anything yet. I was allowing everybody the opportunity to speak on the items before we took any direction or action. And I think the question to Robin from Commissioner Burr was a good one. Particularly if we were to say fund something on this list. These are general fund items, so it would be coming from general fund or reserves at the end of the day. And that would mean either adjustments to other services or an adjustment to reserves. Fair enough? Okay. All right. So now, Commissioner Ashcraft, you had a process question. I want to honor that.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. That process was just a suggestion to look at KPIs and develop a consistent, meaningful KPI system for our departments as well as the outside agencies. That's what I tried to express earlier. I was rushed, and I appreciate you allowing me to clarify that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I think that's a worthy request.
Obviously not this year, but.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, but I think a process question for future years. What I do want to circle back on for this year on these 5 items, I think 2 of them we've seen direction on, so anybody can correct me if I'm wrong on these. But the general sentiment on the energy efficiency measures to do the full funding of the project at 832, recognizing that 352,000 of that is one time, 500,000 is this year's ongoing funding for energy efficiency measures. Is anybody not understanding or in disagreement with that? We can take a formal vote if we need to.
I guess I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Okay.
So this has already been it's not funded. So you're.
Okay, we're just going to take a vote on all these.
One
We're
at a
going to make it simple, one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move that I'm going to start bottom up. And I might pick and choose the order, but I'll make a motion right now that we've include funding for the Enterprise Center of Johnson County, but that we require a study session with ECJC before the end of the year to discuss ongoing funding metrics and a plan for future years funding for ECJC by Johnson County.
Meyer, second.
Okay.
Clarification.
Please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clarification. The discussion will be this calendar year, and it will relate to this budget, or will relate to the 2028 budget?
It would relate to 2028's budget. We would require a study session this year. We would put full funding in. If you'd like to amend that, I mean, feel free.
Well, I would encourage us to look at it in terms of the 2027 budget, but have the discussion this year.
Okay. I can make that friendly amendment?
Please.
Okay. And that'll probably require you to second, because I think Commissioner Myers.
I will second.
Okay. So moved and seconded, discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Myers.
So we are going to bring in all agencies, outside agencies, to discuss this policy, or we're only singling out ECJC? And if we're singling them out, it's going to be done in what kind of time frame? Before August, I would think, or during August?
It would be in the fall, is what I would understand.
Right.
So how is that going to affect 2027 funding then?
So
Before final budget
we're
approval.
talking about 2 things. I think that there is value in having a conversation about the policy by which we fund outside agencies. That's one thing. And then I think there is value in a separate thing that we're talking about right here, and per the motion, would be to discuss specifically the Enterprise Center of Johnson County. So that's a yes and. but the motion that I presented specifically relates to the Enterprise Center at Johnson County. Go ahead.
If we're in the fall having the discussion, how can it revert back to this year's budget?
If the funding was reduced by the board in the fall, then we would reduce that, and that would fall to the reserves.
All right, so motion made, motion seconded, understood?
Yes.
Questions?
So what are we voting on first?
ECJC
But I mean, is that the motion that, the
that I
first or
made.
second motion?
He accepted it as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so we're voting on,
The amendment.
okay.
So we all understand, bring them in, contemplating full funding right now. Have a discussion about what that funding is gonna look like for 27. If we decide at that time not to fully fund the ECJC, that amount would be returned to reserves.
Correct.
Commissioner Burr.
So just for clarity, the motion is that we are recommending the amount of $682,175 with a review prior to the start of the 2027 budget year that could result in a decrease to that funding for ECJC. But for budget purposes, so we know what we're going into for the July 16th budget, right now, we're voting on it so that that amount is reflected in the July 16th budget.
Right.
Thank you, I understand, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Allenbrand.
So Chair, I think I understand what you're voting on, but I would support it, but I think, again, I'm going to agree with Commissioner Myers that all the agencies that we look at them in the fall and what the model is going to be like for them to follow. So
And I will.
I'm just saying that it's not part of this motion, but I'm just telling
And
you.
that's fine, and I've now seen several people who would like that. That will be a study session that we have this fall.
To inform 2028.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay? Other questions, comments? All right, the clerk can call the roll on the motion then.
Commissioner Myers,
No.
Commissioner Brewer,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanslick,
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft,
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand,
Aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, 5 in favor, 1 against, second system with your count.
It is.
Okay. Property tax relief program, funding at $500,000. Do we need a motion on that?
It's in
One
there.
time or
One time.
permanent?
You're not making any change.
Yeah, that's superfluous, no changes.
No motion.
You need no motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
No.
That's what I thought. Moving on. Corrections, body worn cameras. Anybody like to make a motion there? Commissioner Allenbrand, is that you pressing the button? You don't have.
This is embarrassing because I was like, okay, where are we at? So on corrections, but it says one time and ongoing. So to provide them with the cameras, you would have to total this.
No, it would be $265,000 for 2027. Part of that is ongoing, part of it's one time. It's just for we wanted to make you aware that for 2028 and beyond, if this is approved, you will have an ongoing impact that we will have to address or cut elsewhere for the $158,000.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So while I mark this on revisit, I'm not going to move on the body worn cameras at this time. I think there's value in exploring alternative funding sources that would provide this public safety measure. And so I'm going to look forward to doing that in the next year. Okay, energy efficiency measures. I move that we fund energy efficiency measures at $852,000, $352,000 of that being one-time while also incorporating the $500,000 that has been proposed as energy efficiency measures for the air handling unit project. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Ashcraft, seconds. Discussion. Would the clerk call the roll?
Commissioner Myers,
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer,
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick,
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen Brand,
Ellen Brand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, 6 in favor, none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Okay. And then finally, would move we include the emergency management specialist in this year's budget. I think there's other ways we can find $112,405. This is an important position from a policy standpoint. I'd like to see us have this and increase our connectivity, our warning systems, keep the public safe.
Brewer, second.
Commissioner Allen?
Clarification.
Go ahead.
So this 112,405 will be an ongoing expense.
Yes, that's correct.
So we can find it in reserves, we can make adjustments elsewhere. I think this one's important. Other comments, questions, thoughts? Seeing none, would the clerk call the roll?
Commissioner Myers,
Myers, no.
Commissioner Brewer,
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick,
Hanslick, no.
Commissioner Ashcraft,
No.
Commissioner Allen Brand,
Ellen Brand, no.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye. One in favor, five against, is that correct?
Two in favor.
Two to four? Okay, thank you. So we will not see that in this year's budget. All right. Any further questions, comments, concerns at this time? Seeing none, we will adjourn. Staff, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Chairman,
Yes.
they're going to be doing work in here tomorrow, so if you have any personal items along the dais, if you could take it with you, that would be great.
Very good.
This is my lucky paper.
Thank you.
You probably better not leave that then.
Move our chair.